How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Daddy Dave, and this post-episode 12 live stream. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope you're having a fantastic night so far. I'm already starting this stream out strong with a bit of a blooper right off the bat there. For some reason, my audio wasn't being captured, but I'm pretty sure I got it figured out now. Go ahead and let me know if the chat that if you're able to hear me or not. We've got several people in the chat already. We got Bobby saying, I can wait 20 minutes. Bobby, you are a champion. I appreciate you, bud. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. How are you? Ken, how's it going? Hiya, guys. And Custom saying, hiya, all. How are you two doing tonight? Hope you two are having a fantastic night so far. With Ken saying, hiya, BDD. Hiya, Ken. Holy smokes. We have got a ton of stuff to do tonight. Tons of stuff. We've got to mow this field behind here. This is the old homestead field, or what I called the homestead field. We've got to do weeding on our big field number 4. And let's see. We got some contracts we got to do. We've got some general organization to do. We've got a whole slew of stuff. A whole slew. Let's see. Can hear you. Perfect. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate it. Will, how's it going? Yo, what up, everyone? Will, how you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Bobby says, I hear you. I'm doing good. Bobby, awesome. Glad to hear it, bud. Glad to hear it. We're just going to wait a few more minutes to see who else joins us here, and then we're going to get rock and rolling. Like I said, we've got tons of stuff to do tonight, and there's a couple of things that I want to chit-chat about tonight. Got something came up, and I'm kind of jones to talk about it. I don't know how everybody else is going to feel about it, but I want to chat. Just want to see. So, we'll start talking about it and see how we go from there. Let's see. If you're in the chat, go ahead and start this stream out by go ahead and hitting that like button for me. It helps out a absolute ton. Greatly appreciate it. Let's see. It is 9:32. We'll go ahead and get rocking and rolling at 9:33. KJ Wiggums, how's it going, bud? Hey, man. Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. We are just waiting about probably one more minute. Yeah, probably 33. We'll get rocking and rolling. But like I said, right before I came on stream here, I came across something that really kind of intrigued me. So I wanted to go ahead and rock and roll with that first. So here we go. So what I wanted to chat about, has anybody played, it's a game that came out, I believe it was for the Xbox One. I could be wrong about that though. Oh, nope. Disconnect, reconnect, lower. Ha ha ha. If you didn't know, sometimes the connection to the mower deck here gets a little funky. When you first load into the game, you have to disconnect, reconnect, and then it works just fine. But if you notice that your tires are just kind of lifted up off the ground too high, it's because of that. So disconnect, reconnect, and you'll be good to go. But anyways, has anybody ever played the game? Again, I think it's for the Xbox One and PlayStation 4, if I'm not mistaken. Something called Dante's Inferno. That was, I thought, a pretty good game. It's a little bit graphic, a little bit adult themed, so any of our younger members, I'm not going to get into all the details about the game and like all the nitty-gritty details, but it is based off of the book, I believe from the 1300s, if I'm not mistaken, called The Divine Comedy. Very, very good, well, technically not book, but poem, if I remember history correctly. But it is a very, very good game. It's a great book. But it talks about, how do I want to say this that would be YouTube appropriate? It talks about Dante and his descent into the 7 circles of HE double hockey sticks. And the game itself, I think, did a fantastic job of kind of modernizing it, bringing it, you know, to it where it's more kind of action based and all that stuff that's going to grab an audience, you know, especially, you know, an audience of gamers, and be able to still tell the story in such a way that was, I think, very, very incredible. So let's see. I'm going to take a look at the chat just real quick because I see it's moving along. Let's see. KJ says, so I looked at both the Red Barn pack and the map. The manure system is standard. Nothing either that changed that. Oh, really? Well, huh. Okay. I mean, I totally trust you there, KJ. So thank you so much for looking into that because unfortunately, like I said, it just seemed like it's like really chugging along for some reason. But it must be my imagination, and I mean, I'm definitely willing to believe that too. Hey, hey, hey. Let's see, Jody. Hey, how's it going? How you doing tonight, buddy? Playing on Western MI from my uncle. Is that supposed to be Western Wild there, bud? If so, that is a great map. I absolutely love that one. Real good Alien Gym map. Bobby says, if I hit the like button again, it will I already hit the like button, Bobby. I appreciate you hitting that like button, buddy. I really do. Ken says, yep, played that game. Okay, so yeah, so it was a really, really good game, and it was really good about telling the story while not really diluting it. So basically, for those who haven't played it, what it's about is Dante having to go into the seven circles of, like I said, HE double hockey sticks. And in the game, he's chasing his beloved. He's chasing his well, he's chasing her spirit. She was murdered on Earth, and then her soul was stolen by the devil and taken down into the deepest level of heck. And he basically tries to fight his way, tooth and nail, trying to get her soul back, because he knows that she is just pure and good and all things that, she should be in heaven. Really, she should be in his arms, but knows that she should be in heaven, kind of thing. Well, turns out as you play the game and as you make your way through, you realize why she's there, being dragged through the seven circles and down into the lowest pit of heck. And turns out, this is a game that's several years old. Like I'm pretty sure it was on the Xbox One, if I'm not mistaken. Again, very graphic, very adult oriented. So for the young ones out there, don't go seeking it out because it's likely not appropriate for you. But Dante is going off to war. He's fighting in war, and he promises Beatrice, his betrothed, to stay true and faithful to her while being away in a far-off land fighting in this war. And one day, a stranger comes to her house and makes a bet with her, saying that basically that they guarantee that Dante will not be faithful to her, that they will basically cheat on her, and it will be something that, would she be willing to bet about? And she's like, oh, I know my Dante, he will forever be faithful to me, he promised me, and the whole 9 yards. Well, it turns out Dante was not faithful. It turns out that was the devil himself that made the deal with her. And when he goes to collect on the bet, he gets her soul and brings it back to heck with him, and is in line to try and marry her. But anyways, I tell all this to basically say, number one, very, very good game. Very good, very graphic. I will tell you that much. Very graphic. It does not spare the sensibilities. So if that's not your kind of cup of tea, then it might not be something that you want to go and search out. But it was pretty good. It was very much like a God of War kind of game. Is probably the best kind of game I can compare it to, or even like a Prince of Persia and like the button masher fighting style kind of games. But the reason that I bring it up and the reason that I started talking about it is right before I came on stream, I was sitting there, I came across a YouTube video of somebody basically going through the Divine Comedy, the actual book, and kind of going over the synopsis, all the kind of various like symbolisms and all this stuff, and it made me realize, just how much better, art and stories and all that stuff were back in the day. Back before the kind of modern times. This is the same drum I bang on a very regular basis, is that things that are created in our age, the modern age, really don't have much to say. And it's incredibly sad, to think of, all these literary works out there that are just absolute gems, masterpieces, and then we follow them up with, silly kind of nonsense. Really, either just a remake or a retelling of either the same old story but kind of modernized and, kind of made into goop kind of thing. I don't know. It just made me think of how good, were things back in, back in the day when people really cared about art over messaging. And yeah, I know I talk about it a lot here on the channel, but it's just one of those that just, it kind of came up, kind of, was fresh in my mind, something I wanted to chat about. But really good game. I do enjoy it. If you like those kind of button masher games, I recommend checking it out. Like I said, I'm pretty sure you can get it here on next gen consoles. You just gotta download it and all that stuff. But yeah, this is kind of a good recommended. But again, very graphic, very adult oriented. So do not check it out lightly, kind of thing. Like I said, it goes through all the 7 circles. Like what is it? Purgatory, lust, greed, vengeance, so on and so forth. There we go. Fold this away. All right, let's go ahead and send this back to the farm. There we go. Now let's check out the chat again real quick. So we've got Will saying, I just sent some late screenshots. Just wanted to just watch part of Fallout based off of the game Fallout. You know what? Honestly, that's not a game I've ever really played. Never really got into that series, but I hear really good things about it. Jody says, I heard of that game before. Western Wilds. Okay, nice. And that sounds like a good game. I'll look it up and check it out tonight. Yeah, like I said, it's one of those, just be prepared. It's very adult oriented, but it's a really good game. Like if you like button mashers, check it out because it's a lot of fun. And it's really, what's the word I'm looking for? Very, like it doesn't hold back. It's one of those kind of, it's made for adults. It's rated M. Like it's not meant for little ones, kind of thing. But if you want good storytelling along with really pretty good visual effects and all that stuff, and something that's a bit deeper of a story, then yeah, check it out because it's pretty good. But yeah, no, when I was kind of listening to that another YouTuber who was sitting there just kind of giving the kind of synopsis and overview of the Divine Comedy, and specifically the one of 3 chapters that most people will reference. Most people will reference, Heck as the one that people kind of go to through, but it's pretty much broken up into 3 poems. They got the first one I just mentioned. They have what was it? Is it Earth or? I I think it's Heck, Earth, and Heaven. I might be wrong about the name of the second one, but that's pretty much the stages. There we go. Let's get all this stuff cleaned up and put away because we don't need it anymore. This is going to sit for a little while. Oh, and I need to reconnect to the... let's drop that down to the conditioner. So let's do that. So, whoops. There we go. But yeah, me personally, I love games where there's a good story element to them. I mean, to me, that's like 90% of games is making sure that it has a good story. Excuse me. If a game, doesn't have a good story, then I don't personally think that there's much else that can be done to save it. I mean, it might have some gameplay aspects that are nice, but yeah, I mean that's only to me only going to go so far. You've got to hook me in with the gameplay, but you've got to keep me there, with the story kind of thing. You really kind of got to get me invested into why I'm playing said game. Now with Farming Simulator, that's, kind of the exception to the rule because, there's not a ton of story outside of, YouTubers like myself who will go out of their way to create stories. But yeah, it's a real good game, and I think that that's absolutely vital part of game creation is making sure that you have a good story. And again, it works off of a lot of the, in my opinion, a lot of the better tropes that are available for games. The hero's journey, the hero's quest, the damsel in distress, just all these kind of different, elements to it that are really kind of strong. But you're going on this journey. What's really cool about Dante's Inferno is that you're going on this journey without really understanding why you're having to go on it. But you're literally going through, heck, in order to save the woman that you love, or at least save her soul. And you're just going through and trying to defy all odds just to, free her, kind of thing. And you're having to fight through demons and all these different kinds of things, and you're getting help along the way from Virgil. I don't think he was a poet. I can't remember, but yeah. Anyways, long story short, really good game. Check it out if you're ever looking for something to do. There we go. And now we'll get this last little bit. Let's see, where was I? Custom says, just heard pew pews less than half a mile away from me, so a bit scared. I'm going to... Well, hopefully that's not the case, but, just kind of kick back and relax, and hopefully it's not nothing too, major going on. There we go. Whereabouts in the world are you there, Custom? Just curious. Alright, we are going to need this tractor, so let's leave that there. And now we can go and drop off this. Let's see. Ken says, not enough chatting on what we are doing. Yes, so right now I am just finishing up the homestead field there. Just needed to kind of work on that. But yeah, I just wanted to, kind of chat about that because it's something that I really liked. It was a really good game. It's a really, really good book, or a good set of poems, basically. But there we go. Drop that off there. Boop. Perfect. Now, what we need to do... Well, actually, what I need to do is I need to park this. Like so. Then I need to go ahead and get the sprayer and all that stuff, that I purchased up at the shop in the last episode and get to spraying that field behind me, because that thing is just oof. It is just oof, 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 full of oof. If we take a look at the map, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Yeah. That's a lot of oof right there. And what, you know what? That's something I do not understand. Maybe somebody here can explain it to me. I planted this field last month. Last month in June. And it's now July. 1 month gone. And I have weeds. But not only do I have weeds, if I step out on the field, check this out. Weeds, medium, herbicide. It wants herbicide. It doesn't want, a straight up pull from it. It wants herbicide. I don't get it. I don't understand. But it seems like it skipped a step, because it's supposed to go, small weeds and make it to where I can pull them with the mechanical weeder. So I don't know. I have no idea why that happened. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, I skipped about. Holy smokes. That's okay. So Ken wasn't talking to me. He was talking to Will. Ay, ay, ay. The chat just kind of jumped around. So Ken says, "Hey, Will T, saw your last video." And then Will said, "Hey, Ken, what did you think?" That's when Custom said, oh, wait, no. Other than that, just playing FS22 on Saskatchewan. Can't remember the first bit of the Saskatchewan, Canada, if I'm not mistaken. And then Ken says, "Not enough chatting on what you were doing." Okay, now we're now it makes more sense. Helps when you kind of go in order, doesn't it, there, Dave? Will says, "I was quiet because my wife was sleeping, LOL." Jody says, "I love that kind of games." Yeah, so it's a good game. So definitely check it out there, Jody. If that's definitely up your alley, then definitely check it out. BDD says, "I just sent you some really good screenshots. I don't know if you're going to show them tonight or not." So because we just got into the stream, I'm probably going to wait until next stream to post them. Let's see. Will also says, "You have to love you would love Fallout 4." Yeah, I mean, that's what everybody, not everybody, but anybody I talk to about Fallout, they say really good things about it. So it's one of those I really probably should just check it out. Just one of those I really hadn't have a chance to, well, not that I haven't had a chance, I really haven't had the inclination to play anything else. I don't know. One of those things that ever since I started the channel and started doing, doing this as a kind of, side gig, I've just really enjoyed it so much that it keeps the game fresh for me. So I can dedicate tons and tons and tons of time and tons of hours to it and not get that kind of, fatigue that you would get with playing like games normally. Like normally, perfect example, when I used to play my NHL game, I would get that kind of, 2, 3, 4 week window where that's all I wanted to do is just play that game nonstop from the moment I got up, from the moment I went to bed, like all that stuff that I was thinking about it just consciously. I'm sitting there like, okay, what's the next thing I can do in my season? Or what's the next thing I can do for my BA Pro? What's this? Boom, 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 boom. But then eventually it gets to the point it's like, okay, I'm kind of wearing thin on this. I'm getting bored of it. Or that I'm, starting to toss in other titles in order to kind of break up that kind of same thing over and over. But with this, with Farming Simulator, I haven't been experiencing that. And I think that's multifold. One is because I get to be very creative and sit there and do the Let's Play series, do the live streams like this, and it keeps it fresh. Something new is happening every single time. I might be doing the same kind of motions, night in and night out. I might be harvesting, I might be weeding, I might be doing all these, various tasks that are the same fundamentally, but there's something that I'm doing that's kind of adding a little something to it, that's keeping it fresh, keeping it, interesting to me. So I haven't hit that wall, regarding this particular game. So now got all this here. So let's see. Let's check out what the chat's saying. Where was I? Ken says you can sell pallets by train. Yes. So I'm pretty sure, or can you sell pallets by train? Pellets, pellets or pallets? I have pallets or pellets up on this particular map as well as one of my outputs, but I'm pretty sure you're referring to pallets. And if that's the question, then yes, in this particular map you should be able to sell pallets by train. Not sure about pellets though. If we take a look at stuff that would be by pallets, like sugar here, that goes to Sedalia. So yes, pallets of sugar can go. You've got honey and like all these various items here that would be pallets, with the exception of the sunflower oil. I'm just noticing here, sunflower oil is okay. So there's some that can, some that can't. Oh, and we are full up. So let's see. Where was I? Jody says, my uncle is trying to create a story for the map. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, with the Western Wild, I mean, you could do something regarding the gold nuggets that are on there. You can do something regarding the... I mean, there's just so much stuff. There's so much stuff. You can do a huge farm build. You're like out in the middle of nowhere. You're trying to revitalize that farm that's right there in dead center in the map. There's a ton of different things that you can do on that map and be very creative with the storytelling. Tony, greetings all. Tony, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Wait a minute, Tony, you reached out to me earlier today in the comment. How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Jody says, how many contracts you got to do? So right now, contract-wise, I've got a whole slew of contracts available and likely will be doing some of them tonight, but I am going to be working on this stuff here for the farm first because we really need to get that farm back up and running and get everything kind of organized and in a better place than it is right now, because if I don't focus on it now, then I'm gonna just forget and just end up kind of going out from there. And what's funny is now that I recognize that that's Tony from the comment earlier, that leads me to the next thing that I wanted to chat about. So Tony being here in the live stream, thank you for kind of reminding me of this. So here, let me get the worker to kind of, whoops, nope, don't do that. Let's see. Let's go like this. Go to and close enough. There we go. So we've got in the chat right now. Custom says, Goshen, Ohio. Also, I know it's not great to share that detailed information, but I don't think anybody was going through the 10,000 plus homes to get to me. Well, yeah, that's pretty much it. Is you've got it narrowed down to a town or city or whatever the case may be. There's a little bit of leeway for that one, so I think you're okay. It's not like you're giving us your home address. Ken says, sorry, it was meant for Will. Yeah, the chat skipped around, so I missed that. Tony says probably something to do with the number days you play for the month. So yeah, that's about the only thing I can think of, because I have it on 1 day month, so very, very likely that's what happened in that regard. I could definitely see that being the case. Bobby says it helps to be on the right page, BDD, LOL. Yes. Will then says, BDD, I'm in winter now. Hey, Will, you finally made it. Oh, man. Jody says, that's what I like about your channel. If something new every time. I try to come up with various things that we can chat about. It doesn't have to be the same old thing over and over, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be about Farming Simulator. Let's see. Oh, and holy smoke! Philippa Thompson just signed up for a Tier 2 membership. Thank you so much, and I hope I am pronouncing that name correctly, and I apologize if I didn't. But thank you so very much for signing up for tier 2. I greatly appreciate that. You're going to be added in the next stream on the banner along the top there for the channel members. Let's see. We've got... Where was I? Ah, there we go. Bobby says, I've been playing Civilization 6 lately and will get back to FS22. I just needed a change. And that's it. That's it exactly. Is you play a game so much that eventually you run into that wall, that kind of that malaise that eventually comes over all of us, and you just want to do something else, something different. You don't want to keep doing the same thing over and over. And I think that's why I'm lucky in regards to... Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, shoot. I almost drove onto this field with regular tires, and I don't think this tractor... Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm really glad that just dawned on me, but I don't think I can get narrow tires on this tractor. And I know I can get narrows on my other tractor, but it only has the rear tank. Here, customize, standard, wheel weights, wide. Narrows. No, wait, narrow twins. Yes. Ooh, crawler tracks. Really? That's cool. Okay, so we want narrows. Narrow twin wheels. That will work. So this way I don't crush my crop. Oh, that's cool. Whew. I was really going to be bummed out with that one. Really going to be bummed. Cavalier Roy! Evening, bud. Cavalier, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Tony says, yep. Jody says, how you doing, Cavalier Roy? How much money you get on the game? So right now I'm down to 40 grand, but I have a $400,000 loan out right now because I ended up wanting to borrow a whole bunch of money for random stuff that I ended up buying in the last episode. I got this tractor. I got, oh goodness, what all did I get? I'm trying to remember now. We got this tractor. We got, where is my owned items? What all did I buy? I can't remember. Oh, wait. I think I bought... That's right. I bought the biogas plant. That was over 300 grand. And, yeah, so I wanted to be able to invest in making sure that we had a whole bunch of digestate and whatnot. So... Now, I bought this specific model, even though it's based off the basic game model here. This has the spot and spray technology, so it will kind of spitter and sputter, you know, at random intervals only when it sees weeds, and not just stay on. You can see it just kind of, you know, poop, 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 just randomly shoots herbicide and saves so much product. So much product gets saved by using this spot and spray system for precision farming. This is part of the reason why I enjoy precision farming so much, is that otherwise it's just a cascade of weeds that go across the whole field there, and then you're basically having to use way more product than what you necessarily have to. So yeah, this is a nice little feature in regards to precision farming. Definitely like that. Let's see. So yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, Tony was talking, or Tony had reached out to me earlier in comments and was talking to me about the map tours that I did yesterday in regards to Alpenhill and I call it Westerworld because I can't pronounce the first one there. But, and Tony, I hope you don't mind if I kind of share this with everybody here. But the kind of overall discussion was how I was grading the Alpenhill map. And I tell you what, I absolutely loved Alpenhill. I absolutely love it. And it was one of those where Tony had mentioned, hey, I think you might have been a little harsh. Maybe you could have, gone maybe a 4.5. And look, I 100% agree with you, Tony. 100% agree with you that it's one of those that when I did that particular tour and I was kind of sitting there thinking about how I was grading that particular map, it dawned on me that it was the lowest deduction that I had ever given a map when all those same factors have existed on other maps. So it was one of those that I was really kind of shocked when I was at the end there and I was really kind of done stewing about it, thinking things over, and was like, man, like I still love this map so much that I'm only willing to take it down to a 4. So what's funny is I thought I was actually being very easy on it, especially compared to other maps that have been out there. For those who haven't seen that map yet, Alpenhill or Westerworld, wow, just wow. Go check them out because they are fantastic maps. They are absolute beauties, especially in my opinion, Alpenhill. That map, now I will say, do not go on that map if you are a beginner. If you are new to Farming Simulator 22, then or any farming simulator for that matter, if you're new to the game, just pass on by it. Build up to it, because the hills, the terrain, the layout is so intense that you are going to have to make decisions based on not only what you can afford, not only what's going to be best suited for the kind of map and the terrain and all that stuff. I'm sorry, for the map and the sell points and whatnot, because it's very narrow at times and not so much in others. But you're also going to have to take the terrain into consideration and how you're going to be able to get around the map. So I was thinking about it. There was a part in the northern part of the map where there was giant hills that you're driving up and down and going around on this kind of switchback mountain pass kind of thing. And as you're going up them, I'm sitting there thinking, man, if you have a tractor and you're trying to tow like a tanker full of liquids or something like that, you might not actually make it up this mountain. You might not be able to make your way through it. And it's one of those, it dawned on me, it's like, man, you're going to have a bit of equipment that's, one, strong enough to get around in this terrain. Two, is going to have the grip necessary to make it around there, but also being able to navigate the terrain along the fields. Some of the fields are absolutely barbaric when it comes to the angle at which you can approach them. You're gonna have to go, instead of going up and down the hill or something like that, you're gonna have to go kind of east-west kind of thing, per se. And it's one of those where you're basically gonna have to start at the very top of the hill and then kind of work your way back and forth until you make your way to the bottom of the hill. And it's one of those, like, most maps, you don't have to think about something like that. You don't have to consider that, hey, like Alma here is a perfect example. I don't have to sit here and worry about, oh man, does my tractor have enough horsepower not only to get around the field, but to get up this massive hill that's in it. The only other map that I've played that was even gave me kind of slight inclinations or slight problems along those lines was specifically what was the Valley of the Old Farm. That one there, it had a couple of hilly fields and stuff that you kind of had to be aware of, that you had to kind of approach at knowing that you were going to have to really be conscious of how to make your way through them and how you make your way, again, starting at the top and kind of tearing your way down to the bottom. So it was one of those where that map, is pretty much every field is like that, there with very, very few exceptions. So it's one of those that Tony suggested, hey, maybe this is going to be one of your next series. And yes, I am actually considering it. Because it's that good. In my opinion, I think it's that good. I really, really like it. And I think it's going to offer a big challenge that most other, if not all other maps, don't offer whatsoever. All right, so I think, yes. All right. So now that we got a worker going, I'm going to go ahead and read off the chat here because I am way behind. Holy smokes. Let's see. Will says, Cavalier Roy, what's up? Again, Philippa, thank you so much for becoming the newest Tier 2 member. I greatly, greatly appreciate that. Will says, I played on 28-day seasons. Yeah, that is nuts. I've never played 28-day seasons, but it's one of those where I've considered doing it at one point in the past. But I just feel like I'd be kind of skipping around a lot. I mean, that may happen, that may not happen. But, I don't know. Just seems like something I would do. But who knows? Kayla Roy says, hey, Jody. All good, thanks yourself. Ken then says, BDD new member has just joined the channel. I know, right? That's amazing. I think, actually, if I'm not mistaken, Philippa, you are the 10th channel member now. We have 10 channel members. I'll verify that here in a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that's number 10 there, which is amazing. Holy smokes. That's awesome. Let's see. Ken says, to BDD, new member oh, no, wait. That was what I just read. Cavalier Roy says, hey, Will T. All good here, bud. Hope all is good on your end. Ken then says, oh, by the way, she may... Oh! She's my better... Oh! Wow, so Ken and... Wow, guys, thank you. Thank you both so much. That's amazing. Thank you. And am I pronouncing your name properly there? Is it Philippa? Philippa? Maybe? Philippa? Maybe that's probably a better way to pronounce it. Will says, everything going good. Roy says, awesome, good to hear to Will. And then Cavalier says, all good, thanks, bud. Sent you something over on Facebook. All right, I'll have to check that out. Hope all is well on your end. Roy, things are going amazing over here. I tell you what, I am, yeah, very, very much a happy camper. Yeah, it's going great. Going absolutely great. Getting ready for baby number 2. For longtime followers here of the channel, we are... let's see. We are expecting... Well, her actual due date is beginning of June. But because we're doing the IVF and all that stuff, our OB has basically said, hey, you know, we're going to take you a week early. So it's looking like end of May is when we're going to be having baby number 2. And like I mentioned before, I will be taking some time off in order to you know, get acclimated, you know, enjoy the time with the family and all that stuff. And then we'll be coming back and hitting it strong here on the channel. So that's that is in the works. Let's see. So Will says, Kevin Leroy, I am posting a couple of videos on my YouTube channel tomorrow morning. Roy says, excellent. I will have to check your videos out. Tony says, that's so cool. Levi says, hey. Jody says, precision drives me crazy. That's that's my life. I just can't. You play it. You want to. Yeah, that's it. You know, it's one of those where precision farming isn't for everybody, but that's, again, great thing about Farming Simulator. It is whatever we want it to be. We can tweak the settings, we can play the maps, we can download whatever we want. It's all amazing. It's honestly, I'm not saying this to curry any favors, or not saying this because I'm being coerced anyway. This is by far, in my opinion, the best game out there. By far. it's literally whatever the individual playing it wants it to be. That's number one. It's something where you can actually go out and just play and relax. You don't have to sit there and get all worked up. Like when I used to play my hockey game all the time, I would get so bent out of shape if like something didn't go the way I expected it to, or if I was starting to lose really badly, I'd get like really kind of worked up and amped up about it. And it's just one of those like, bleh, like why? Why am I getting all worked up over this? Why am I getting so, quote unquote invested into it emotionally? I just want to come on and relax and have fun. And that's what this game provides, at least for me, is the ability to just come on, relax, have fun, and enjoy myself, rather than sitting there and getting all bent out of shape and whatnot. About the most bent out of shape I get is when playing this game, is if I drive onto my field with with tires that are going to destroy my crop. And then I'm like, no, why did I do that? And that's about the biggest reaction you'll get from me. Other than, when I do something like almost to the absurd, I'm so funny story, but, and I will continue with the story, regarding, Tony and what I was talking about with the other maps here in just a second. But, oh goodness, where was I going? Oh goodness. Oh, so that's it. So when I was recording episode 12, I was in just this really like mindset of, oh man, I've got to get this done because, or no, not that I have to get episode 12 done, but afterwards I had to record the other map tours, the ones from yesterday. And I was in this mindset of, man, I've got this little bit of window of opportunity where I'm able to kind of work on it in the afternoon, which I don't normally get that kind of afternoon time to be able to work on things. So I'm like, oh man, I got a chance to be able to get at least some of this stuff done. So let me go ahead and do this. And I'm sitting there going through everything, and then I realized episode 12 is still on my computer in its raw format. It's unedited format. So I'm sitting there having to, worry, like, because for episodes, episodes 1 through 12, in any given episode, I could have 2, 3, 4, 10, 20 hours worth of footage that I've recorded, and that I have to sit there and edit down into the hour-long episode, or the at least hour-long episode. So it's one of those where I'm like, man, I've got so much footage. And for that particular episode, I think I had at least 6 to 8 hours worth of recordings. And I'm like, man, I would hate to go ahead and hop on to record the map tours. I'd hate to be recording these map tours, and then all of a sudden I get a notification saying, oh, wait, you get a recording error. Because what happens with my laptop in particular is that if I run out of space, it basically stops recording and then corrupts all the file that I recorded up until that point. So I've gotten into the habit of deleting files that I no longer need. Well, unfortunately, I needed something from that file. So I had a incident where I was going to make a blooper reel off of this one, and it was a really good blooper. So for those who haven't seen episode 12 yet, I apologize. Spoiler alert. Stick your fingers in your ear for just a second. But I ended up releasing a John Deere fertilizer spreader, one of the self-powered, self-propelled fertilizer spreaders. Actually, here, I'll show it to you. It's this one here. Where is it? Why am I not? Oh, there it is. Crop protection. This one here, the self-propelled sprayer. But I got it with this one, the dry box on the back of it. Well, I'm sitting there driving down the road, and all of a sudden I take a corner too hard, and I haven't expanded the width of the tires up to that point. I go around the corner heading down the dirt road to my farm, and all of a sudden, boop, and boom. And the whole time too, I was having a heck of a time trying to get the dry box to attach to the self-propelled, because what was happening is that, for anybody who's familiar with Alma, it has a slanted driveway for the shop. There's a small incline. Well, some reason when it was spawning the dry box, it was just tipping over onto its front side. So I had to sit there in the background and just try, every single thing that I could to try and get it to not only flip over, which it wouldn't, but once I got it to a point to where it would flip over, then get it to a point where I could actually attach it to the machine. It was nuts. It was just me fighting with it back and forth for at least 20 to 25 minutes. I eventually started getting equipment up there to try and flip it over. And then finally, after getting it attached and getting it loaded with the lime and all that stuff so I could lime my soybeans here, I got just down the road and all of a sudden, bloop, tips over, rolls over, and falls flat. Turned turtle right there in the middle of field 34. So, needless to say, I was just sitting there in a fluster in the background, and I meant to save all that so I could show it as, my bloopers for my shorts. And I accidentally deleted the file before I had a chance to make it. I was so bummed out that I couldn't share that with everyone. That was... Jeepers, what was that? Holy smokes, it sounded like a cannon just went off. And there goes my dog cowering. I'm going to leave this up and running. It's all right, sweetheart. It's okay. It's okay. Can you sit down? Good girl. There's a good girl. Oh, poor baby. It's okay. It's okay. I know. You don't like the booms, do you? I'll be right back. I need to go make sure that my laundry room door is shut, or else she tries to climb on top of the washing machine, and the last time she did that, she got stuck. So I'll leave this up and running. I'm not going to turn anything off, but I will be right back. Oh, you know what? That door's closed. Perfect. Okay, my wonderful, beautiful, brilliant wife closed the the room that goes into the laundry room, so we're all good there. Yeah, it was wild. It sounded like a cannon just went off. Like I would have thought maybe somebody shot off like a firework or something like that, but it sounded way too big for a firework. Let's see. Where was I? Levi! Hey, Levi. Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Jody says... Or no. Levi, I skipped by you, bud. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I already read Jody, and then Will says, Kevin Roy, right on. Roy says, dropped you a sub to Will. And Philippa says, hi, BDD. Hi, Philippa. How are you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Will says, Kevin Roy, thank you so much, man. Roy says, no problem, Will. Tony says, super nice map. Yes, absolutely is a nice map. Jody says, there's a lot of required mods. So that leads me now to the second part of what I was getting ready to talk about in regards to the comment and stuff. So I got to thinking about it today. And normally I'm right there with you. I before today was like, man, I don't like it when a map has a ton of required mods or has, required mods full sentence stop. Well, then I got to thinking about it. Why? Why am I so opposed to this? And it dawned on me that there's really no reason for me to be upset about that. Now hear me out. I know this might be controversial to some people. So let me explain. So let's take a map like Frontier as an example. That's 800 megabytes by itself. It's absolutely massive, but it's got so much stuff that's kind of programmed into it, ignoring the required mods, because I think that map does have required mods. Let's ignore them. Let's say there's no required mods, but it's a map with a high megabyte count. Okay. Now we take another map that's a lower megabyte count, but has, 10, 15 required mods. Okay? Well, what's the difference? what's the difference between those two maps? I got to thinking about it, and it's like, really, there's no difference between the 800 megabyte map and the lower megabyte with a bunch of required mods. You're just taking the extra, oomph of. You're basically going from 1 download to 20 downloads, but you're taking up the same amount of space. You're taking up you're just not doing it in one kind of hit, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know why it didn't occur to me before today, but there's really no difference. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe I'm thinking about it like differently, but it kind of dawned on me today. It's like, is there really a difference? Even take, map for map kind of thing. But is there a difference between a map with 800 megabytes or 1,000 megabytes? Like, think of the largest size map that we have here on ModHub. Is there a difference between that map and having a high megabyte download and another map with a lower megabyte download for the map, but having a bunch of mods associated to it that are required? In my mind, now that I'm kind of, thinking about it, it really doesn't seem like there's that big of a difference. I mean, like I said, correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't think of it. I can't think of what the difference would be. So, I don't know. Like I said, if I'm being silly, then let me know. But, let's see. Will says, BDD said to me in my live stream earlier today, SS boom, screenshot boom. Yes, so Will did a live stream earlier today, and I was in there chatting it up with him. And there was a moment there where he's like, oh, hey, screenshot. And he stopped, and, he's going to take a screenshot, and all of a sudden I'm like, I don't know why, but I just went shorthand. It was like SS boom. And it took him a second, and then all of a sudden he's like, oh, screenshot boom. I'm like, screenshot boom. So yes, that is going to be the newest kind of running gag that I'm going to have here for the channel, is SS boom. Love it. Bobby says, I don't like that kind of map, really hilly. Yeah, so I mean, it's one of those, like I said, it's just like any map. It's going to be up to people's taste and how they kind of, like it. But me personally, I really liked it. And what really captured me with that map is right there very beginning. And I used it as part of my screenshot for the wallpaper, or the thumbnail. That's the word I'm looking for, thumbnail. But I used it as the thumbnail for that. It's the kind of part of the drive where you're leaving the main farm and you're going down the first main hill, and all of a sudden you see this massive hill going down, and it ends in this little creek with a pond right there at the very end. It was breathtaking when I saw that. I'm like, oh my goodness, there's only one other time where I've been on a map where I've immediately come to a dead stop in whatever I was doing and just was like, wow. Just wow. Almost speechless. And I immediately took a screenshot of it, and I knew that was going to be my photo for the thumbnail kind of thing. Like I said, that's one of the few maps where I've been able to, like, really kind of like, okay, there's something special about this. But there are some issues. Some things are gonna have to be worked out on it. One of them is that you clip through the floor in some parts of the map. Nothing too deep, nothing too severe. The other thing that I noticed, and this is more of a personal thing, I know other people don't really care about. Oops. Other people might not care about it or whatnot. That's totally fine. But for me personally, it was extremely colorful. And what I mean by that is it had all the different wildflower colors, the reds, the pinks, the blues, the purples. Like, it had everything. And it just, that kind of, for those, again, who follow the content and have been around the channel a lot, know when I say it had that cartoon kind of vibe. Now, When I say that, though, I use that with a bit of a caveat. Um, and the reason that caveat exists is because there's so much going on that map. Again, we're talking about Alpenhill here. There's so much going on in that map the where I was almost distracted so much by the beauty and the rolling hills and the mountains and all that stuff that I didn't even notice it for a while. There was a lot of parts where I just was like oblivious to it even existed, and I had to sit there and kind of ground myself back into the reviewer mode, of what do I think about this map? What do I normally, target? What are the things that are usually on my radar? And that was one of them. So, Ken pointed out, hey, you might have been too harsh. And it's like, oh, no, I agree. I was harsh, but I gave it far more of a cushion than I ever have on any other map. And let me tell you, that map, I'm a fan. I am a big fan, and I will call it out right here and now that it's now made the short list of things that I want to look into in regards to a map. This is what I want to come out and look at next. I have to do... I need fertilizer and I need lime for this one. I should have kept that liming. Darn it. Why did I not think of this when I did that for the soybeans? And I need to also lime and fertilize this over there as well. Well, we need to get, let me think, fertilizer. 3,000, 4,000. Could get this 300 horsepower. I've got more than enough with this case here to be able to tow that big one. Might do that. All right, let me catch up with the chat. So I'm really far behind. So where was I? Let's see. Benji, hey, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far, Benji. Will then says you should play on Pelagni for your next playthrough. Yeah, so that is also on the short list of maps that are, potential. Again, for those who followed the channel for a little bit here, specifically who's followed the live streams here over the past little while, I have made mention of how I plan on doing 2 series going into the future. Once we're done here on Alma, we're going to be going into 2 separate series. One of them is going to be a live stream series only, where we're going to have all the kind of, free reign that we would have with the Let's Play series. And then have a edited Let's Play series as a secondary. Each one of them are going to have their own maps. Each one of them are going to have their own flavors and stuff going on with them. The Let's Play is going to be all story driven and all kind of narrative based, to where this live stream is going to be like what we do here, except we're able to build, expand, and do stuff other than kind of the grunt work that's kind of behind the scenes. So yeah, one of those where we're just kind of preparing as to what we're going to move on to. So who knows? Maybe both of those are going to be on the series. Now, I do hesitate on saying that Alpenhill is going to be the potential for one of those 2. I do hesitate, and because there's going to be edits, there's going to be changes made, and I don't necessarily want to get too deep into a Let's Play or a live stream and then all of a sudden need or want to make that update. So it's one of those where, like, kind of where we find ourselves in the situation here on Alma. Alma here has an update coming out here very soon, from what I understand. And I don't know exactly when, but it's one of those that the update's going to be huge. Will T has told us numerous times that it's coming, it's in the pipe kind of thing, and we're just kind of waiting for it to hit. Well, it's one of those where I don't necessarily want to be in the situation I am now, to where this new awesome update is coming out and I'm not going to update it. I'm not going to go ahead and go into that next update because we're so far here. Right now we're in episode 12. Like I said, this is the post episode 12 live stream. And I don't want to necessarily be in a position where I want to update or upgrade to the next version and can't or won't because we're so far into it. So I may go with something that's a little bit more established, something that's a little bit kind of, I don't necessarily want to say long in the tooth, but it has gone through several iterations and isn't going to necessarily come up with the next iteration that's going to want to force me into something else. Let's go ahead and lease that for $4,000. I've been wanting to give this piece of equipment a try for a while now, and I'm so glad that I get to use this. Now, one thing I want to do too, let's see, let's load that. And while that's loading, do I have any... Ooh, a couple little blips and blobs around that I missed, but not a big deal. I want to go to the stone factory. Do I have any... I do not. There's nothing here. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so... Will also says, Benji, what up? Benji says, hi, Will. Philippa says, yes. Roy says, awesome, good to hear, BDD. Tony says, congratulations. Thank you, Tony. I greatly appreciate that. Will says, Benji, how are you? Will also says, Tony, thanks for the sub, man. Philippa says, Ken meant loose pellets on the train. Loose pellets. Oh, you're talking like the straw and what was it? Straw and hay pellets. Is that what you're talking about? So in order to tell whether or not you can sell those, you just go to the prices per 1,000 and you scroll down to the specific item, the specific why can't I think of the term? Product. The product. We're gonna figure this out. There we go. Find the specific product, and you can see here Sedalia, which is the train destination point, will take both the hay pellet and straw pellets. So in the case of Alma, yes, this is available to take to the take via train, but other maps may not have that. So definitely something you want to confirm in the price per 1,000 screen. I'm really looking forward to using this bit of equipment. I've been really kind of chomping at the bit to use it. I haven't had the chance to use it just yet, but I think it's just a cool looking piece of equipment, personally. Having the kind of draper bar in the rear. Oh dear. Yeah, so when I was using that John Deere self-propelled, it literally rolled right here. Right there into that corner, into that little gully back there. So trying to get it up and flipped over onto its wheels was an absolute nightmare, and it had a full dry box too. So I didn't want to just reset it and potentially lose all that material. So it was an absolute nightmare trying to get all that stuff in the background done. Let's get the worker back over there. There we go. Oh, no, wait. Nope. We want to go here first. Cancel job. Go to. And boop. There we go. All right. Let's see. Tony says, what kind of dog do you have? So I have 2 dogs. One that unfortunately is cowering in the corner right now because of the cannon that somebody shot off. I don't know what the story is there. And then what's funny is that's the second time tonight. Like, it was so loud, it almost sounded like one of the transformers exploded, but it wasn't like an electrical boom. Like, it was like an actual, almost sounded like an actual explosion kind of thing. It's wild. Anyways, she is a hound mix, and the other one that we have is a Jack Russell mix. So yeah, we got the two now. Unfortunately, well, another sad story. Those who remember last week there, was it last week or the week before? I can't remember. Um, uh, One of those I tried blocking it out apparently. We had to put down our third dog, Cole. He was very old and whatnot, and we were starting to have problems with him. We put him down. Well, we just picked him up, picked up his remains today. So he's back home with Mama and Daddy, and yeah, he's back. So glad about that. Glad that he's back with us, and yeah. So it was tough. It was tough this morning to have to go and deal with that. My wife actually, she had to go out and about earlier today. She was at our niece's soccer game. So funny story there. So not uh, this past week, my niece just started the soccer league, and it's in her local neighborhood and whatnot. And she wanted her aunt and uncle to come out and support her, and we were like, absolutely. We want to come out and support you and check it out and do all that stuff. Oh, no, stop. Not going to be able to make it through here if I unfold. But she wanted her aunt and uncle out there. So that, innately means that, hey, we're going to have to bring the little one with us. Well, we sat there and thought, okay, well, it's likely not going to be a big deal to go out and do this, because we can at bare minimum be able to go and play at the playground, because there's a little playground that's right there next to the little sports field that they had set up. Well, we're sitting there thinking, oh yeah, we'll be able to we'll be able to take our daughter there and let her kind of sit back, have fun, and all that stuff if she gets bored or whatever. Well, we get there, and it's actually like a part of this little like clubhouse area that is in their local neighborhood. And needless to say, we get there, and the gate to the little play area is locked. So of course my daughter, the first thing she notices is, hey, there's slides and swings and all this stuff, but it's all locked behind the gate. And of course she sees it, and she wants to immediately go run and play on it. Well, she's 2, so there's not a whole lot, to convince her otherwise. So I tried desperately to distract her and keep her entertained and all this stuff, but there was no coming back from that one. Apparently the power of daddy only goes so far when there's a little jungle gym behind the scenes kind of thing. So needless to say, we decided that any subsequent games is not going to be attended by the whole family, but rather is going to be, one of the adults, and the other is going to be kind of hanging out at home with the little one, because there's no guarantee now that there's going to be the opening for the event kind of thing. So, and there's no way to get to the sports field without passing by the kind of gym area, the little like play area. So there's no way to be able to get there without her potentially, getting upset because she can't go and play. And again, she's 2. There's not a whole lot you can do about telling her no about something like that. She doesn't understand the door's locked. She doesn't understand that she can't be on there, and she just starts to get upset and throw a tantrum, as any 2-year-old would do. So, needless to say, one of those where she went out to hang out over at the field today to watch her play, and she ended up scoring 2 goals. I'm super proud of her. I wish I was there to have seen it, but she ended up scoring 2 goals, and she was super excited. She almost scored a couple of goals last week when we were there, and it got to a point where it was so bad last week that I ended up having to take my daughter, and we ended up driving around for a little while so she could kind of calm down, kind of thing. But like I said, is what it is. It wasn't a huge deal, but just one of those where because my wife was out and about today, I decided, hey, I'll go pick up coal and kind of go from there. And we got there, and they hand me this bag and whatnot. It's got his remains in it, and it was just sad. I had my daughter in one arm because she was with me. Had her in my arms, and then had Cole in the other hand in a bag, and it's just, ugh, it was just, it was a rough morning, but one of those where it's kind of set in. It's we're to the new normal at this point. And actually, what am I doing? I meant to fill up because I've got a bunch of loose ones over here I could apply in here. So let's open this up. Which one is the lime again? Oh, there it is, on the other side of the auger there. There we go. All right, so we've got, where was I? Bobby says, 1 year for the 4th of July, someone was shooting actual cannon in the neighborhood, and my dog just jumped out of her skin. Oh my goodness. Like, here's the thing is, I get it. I completely get it, and I accept, the 4th of July. I also understand and accept, like, New Year's, where people are going to kind of, go above and beyond, especially in my area here in Florida. You get the good old boys around here, and they just want to have some fun, and I have no problem with that whatsoever. But if somebody's out there like touching off a cannon right now, or something, like I said, it was absolutely massive. It might have been picked up on my audio. I have no idea, but my dog, she absolutely hates loud noises. So it's one of those where, I feel bad for her, but at this point, there's nothing I can do for her other than to, just let her kind of quiver in the corner and kind of hang out kind of thing. I feel bad because it's one of those that we spoke to the vet and said, hey, she gets very anxious and very upset, during certain times of the year, specifically in regards to like the 4th of July and in like New Year's. Those are the two big ones. And anytime like several days around that point in time, where people will just kind of continue the festivities the weekend after or something like that. They got extras, or the local fireworks shops, they put out their big deals, after the 4th of July, so people will come in and buy up the rest of their inventory so they don't have to carry it out throughout the year. And so people will sit there and kind of touch them off all throughout the following weeks, kind of thing. So I've grown to accept that. Coming from Michigan, this wasn't a big deal because in Michigan you're not allowed to fire off, big projectiles and stuff like that. You have to have permits and stuff like that. And it was only on the extremely rare occasions when you could actually do something like that. Down here in Florida, it's like the Wild West. You pretty much, you can get yourself a cannon apparently, and and touch those things off at whenever, time of the year that you want to do it. Oh. There we go. But it was just one of those where we went to the vet and told them, it's like, look, is there anything we can do? And they're like, oh yeah, we'll give you a prescription for I think it was called trazodone. And they use it as like a calming pill, like I won't say that part because it's not appropriate language for the channel. So one of those where it just kind of, makes the dogs really kind of chill out and mellow kind of thing. Well, I used to have to give it to Cole and to her. Well, I give it to them on times where I know it's going to be kind of something where they're going to have to, oh dear, no, don't take that rear trailer. Well, I got a worker, but it'd be my luck that I'd try and, let the worker do their thing and they would get stuck out in the middle of my other field and I'd have to traipse through with this lime spreader
and all of a sudden I can't harvest a whole chunk of the stuff because it just destroys the entire crop underneath. But so anyways, like I was saying, uh, because this is coming out of left field and all that stuff, I really had no way of being able to administer her any kind of sedative. So I feel bad that she's just kind of sitting there in the corner. But even if I gave it to her now, it wouldn't help. She would sit there and just be so worked up. It only helps, or at least the way I've noticed it, it only helps them when you kind of give it to them in advance. But if you're too late or whatever, then they won't respond to it. They're already worked up, kind of thing, and they won't get over it. So it's sad. I feel bad for her, but not a lot I can do. Tony says doesn't bother me. Will says I'm going to update it. Yes, I have 500 plus hours on my map. Yeah, it's one of those where because we've got the story and because we got all this stuff kind of going on, I can't see being able to do that kind of thing. We're just so far along that all it would take is me missing one thing, and then the entire story continuity is just all kind of bleh. So that, and we're only on here for anywhere between 20 to 30 episodes kind of thing. So with me being almost halfway through the series, I don't know if it's going to be worth kind of investing the time it's going to take to get back to this point, to get all this stuff back in place and do all this stuff that we did on the farm here. Yeah, I just don't know if that's going to be in the cards. But I completely understand Will and anybody else who's like, you know what? I've dropped a ton of hours into this map, and I'm going to update it because it sounds like it's going to be that kind of update. It's going to be a big, big update. So when it happens, be on the lookout. I feel like I can get this little chunk here, so let's get this. Yep, that was right. Okay, perfect. So now, let's get the rest of this. Ta-da! There we go. So we've got, Tony says, you're welcome, Will. Benji says, I'm doing great. Almost at my first hurdle. Almost at my first hurdle? I'm sorry, Benji, what do you mean by almost at your first hurdle? Just curious about that. Ken says, that's all I need to know about selling hay, straw pellets on the train. BDD, thanks for the information. No problem, bud. Tony says, sorry for your loss. Oh, thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was pretty tough. Like I said, he was with us since 2011. And he was already a year old at that point. So it was one of those that he was up there, and he was a great dog. Unfortunately, he was really starting to go through some hard times there towards the end. He was starting to get very vicious and mean, and bitey. I mean, you know what? Not bitey. He never bit us, but he definitely acted as if he was going to. And there was a couple occasions where he did. I've got a big old scar in the back of my leg from when he grabbed a hold, and this was back in November when he did this. So it was just one of those that, I couldn't trust him around my daughter. I really couldn't trust him around my wife. Her being almost 8 months pregnant. So it was just one of those. It was time. It was just time. The doctor even confirmed it themselves. It's like, look, not a whole lot we'd be able to do. If this is a pain thing and not a mind thing, there's to a point where he's of the age where there's not going to be a lot of mitigating factors that we're going to be able to put into it. So it was just one of those that as every single pet owner will have to go through, and is the worst part about owning a pet. Just gotta kind of go through it and just be grateful and thankful for the time that I had with him. So he will be missed, but he is back home, so that's what matters. Let's see. Where was I? Tony says, feeding all the cows on Alma. Nice. All the 4,325 head of cattle. Yeah, all the cattle. Whew. Tony said, yes, sir, we are free here in Florida. Yes, we are. And I tell you what, I absolutely love it. I love living down here, coming from Michigan and seeing just how things have gone, you know, where I grew up to where it is now. I'm just, yeah, I'm just thankful that I'm here. So let's go ahead and... Ooh, my wife just texted me and said the Wings won tonight. I am a happy camper. Now, no, actually, I'm going to check this out live on stream because this is important. We're talking about the playoffs. This, they're fighting. They're fighting. Ah, man. Darn it. Oh, and they won an OT too. Well, that doesn't matter. So right now the Detroit Red Wings are in a position where they're fighting for the last seed in the playoffs, and they're in the race between the Washington Capitals and the Pittsburgh Penguins. And the Pittsburgh Penguins lost, so that helps the Wings tonight, but the Washington Capitals won against the Tampa Bay Lightning, which that stinks because that keeps us, we're tied with Washington right now, but because of Washington's win percentage, they are actually in the playoffs and we're out of the playoffs right now. So it's actually a three-way tie between Washington, Detroit, and Philadelphia right now. Oh my goodness, that's killing me right. Ugh, that's... let's see. Where was I? Bobby says, wind tear like a teardrop. My dog hears loud noises. She has to cuddle up next to me and cover her with a blanket. Tear is an American Stafford Terrier. Yeah, so that's pretty much what we do with our one dog. Her name's Sunshine. And we basically will, you know, take a blanket, she'll curl up in a tight little ball, and we throw the blanket over, and she's fine. The moment that she feels like that kind of, you know, squeeze around her or something that's covering her, she's totally content and is happy, you know, in the position that she's in. But if she doesn't get that, if she isn't, you know, able to kind of, you know, tuck away and hide, then she will find a way to kind of, you know, crawl away and kind of do her own thing. I'm curious. Okay. I didn't think that was going to be the case, but I wanted to try. Oh, come on. Come on. Push. Push. Yeah, look at that case power right there. Power! As Jeremy Clarkson would say. Am I able to unload this? Oh, there we go. I'm pushing the wrong trigger. Okay, let's go ahead. I got everything right. Oh, no, wait. I need to fertilize. Oh, my goodness. That could have ended badly. Is this seeds over here? That's seeds over there. Yes. Do I have any fertilizer in here? I do. I have 4,000 liters. Nice. All right. Well, that works out nicely. Let's go ahead and load up. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, 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 no. Oh, oh, no. Well. Okay. If that's the case, then let me think. I don't need to do any fertilizer for the soybeans. The soybeans are fine. I need to do fertilizer here and here. So I'm thinking one 5,000 liter pallet will do the trick. That's my guess. So let's do this. Let's do that. Okay. So what we got here? Let's see. Philippa says, BDD, I have a learning disability, so sometimes I have trouble understanding what you are saying. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Um, so there might be an option, I don't know this for sure, but there might be an option for you to be able to use closed captioning. I think there might be live closed captionings for the stream. Don't quote me on that, but it's possible. So I do apologize for that. I try to speak as clear as possible, but I know I sometimes talk fast or things like that. But if there's ever a time where you need me to repeat something or whatever the case may be, feel free to throw it in the chat. I have no problem with backtracking and you know, helping out where I can. So let's see. Will then says, plus you know all my plans live building on my next farm. Yes, that will be good. So doing what you're doing there, that's going to be awesome. Let's see. Benji says 500 subs on YouTube. Oh, Benji, that's awesome. Okay. So almost at my first hurdle. Gotcha. Okay, so that makes more sense. Yeah, so after 500 you'll be able to partially monetize. That's awesome, bud. Let's see. Bobby says, let's see. Will T, what is your YouTube channel? And then Tony says, irritated. Oh, I'm sorry, Tony. What's irritated? Did I miss something? I might be so far behind that I don't remember what brought that on. I'm sorry. Let's see. Will then says, Will T Gaming. Bobby says, okay, I will look it up after the live stream. Will then says, you have 500 subs, Benji? 25 is needed yet. That's awesome. Okay, thanks, Bobby. Benji, what is your YouTube channel? Benji says, key thing when you see them come in, it's exactly what you see here on my channel. Key thing when you see me come in, it's exactly what you see. Okay. Let's see. Wilden says, okay. Bobby says, Tim Allen, quote, more power. Power! Oh, oh, oh. Love Tool Time. Love me some Home Improvement. That is a great show. Oh dear. What's funny is I have the entire series on my server. So yeah, definitely. Oh, where am I going? What am I doing? Yeah, definitely loved that show growing up. And they kind of did I'm not going to say it's like a remake per se, but a show called Last Man Standing. It's basically the same vein as Home Improvement, but instead of it being about a mother and father with 3 sons, it's mother and father with 3 daughters. And it's a really good show. I really enjoyed Last Man Standing. And you see a lot of the kind of old characters from Home Improvement. They'll make like little cameo appearances. So yeah, if you're a fan of Home Improvement from, you know, way back when in the, what was it, the 90s, I think it was. If you're a fan of that, then you'll likely be a fan of Last Man Standing. Let's see. Tony says, get your bucket. Yeah, so likely what I'll end up doing is just take the pallet forks and I'll just load into them when they're in pallet form. So it's not a huge deal. And I mean, having a little bit of fertilizer around the farm isn't going to be the worst thing in the world. So let's get this back over there. I tell you what, I love having this tractor now. We've been going along with that Tractor King is it Tractor King? Anyways, been going around with that other case for a while there, and it's nice. Don't get me wrong. It's 300 horsepower in a small little package, and it has all-wheel steer. Very Traction King. That's the but we've been going around with that one for a little while now. But it's just one of those where, because it's a manual transmission, and even though this is a manual transmission, the differences in the manual transmission between this one and the Traction King are so vastly different. This one just seems to work almost as if it was a CVT, but it's not. I mean, it is a manual transmission, but you can see it just ramps through the gears like it's nothing on this tractor. I don't know if it's the extra horsepower that it has, but I can't tell you the number of times where I'm trying to get implements up to speed, and you have to have everything turned off, get the tractor up to speed, and then kick everything on all at once in order to get it at its maximum speed and into the gear it needs to be in to be at that maximum speed. If you don't do that, then it's just sitting there, I think at like 6 miles an hour is the maximum speed you're going to get out of second gear. It's nuts. Let's see. Where was I? Will then says, Benji, I just subscribed. Benji says, I can post a link. I have learned not to self-promote on other streams. So as I've said numerous times, feel free to give yourself shout-outs on the channel and go ahead and, you know, drop a link if you want. I have no problem with that. The only time I will ever be upset about, you know, giving yourself shout-outs and stuff is if you're actively trying to peel people away from the channel when they're here on the streams. So that's the only time I'm ever going to be like, hey, please don't do that, you know, is if you're actively trying to poach. But sitting there and giving yourself shout outs and stuff like that, sending, you know, giving yourself links in descriptions or links in descriptions, links in the chats and stuff like that, I have no problem with that whatsoever. Because like I've said numerous times, I do not think that this is a mutually exclusive space. I don't think that somebody who's going to that's going to come onto the stream here is then going to immediately just leave and, you know, kind of do their own thing on somebody else's stream kind of thing. Like I said, I didn't mean to come here. I meant to go to the homestead field. Oh well, we'll hit that next. So yeah, it's one of those that I think it's part of building the community of creators. And I'd much rather be like, okay, you know, feel free to give yourself shout outs, feel free to, you know, drop links and all that stuff. Just like I said, one of those where once it crosses that point of, you know, not once it crosses that point of being a like, hey, come to my stream that I'm having in concurrence with BDD and all that stuff, that's where it kind of crosses the line for me. I tell you what, I really like this oops. I really like this spreader. This is nice. It's got a fixed bar on the back of it. It's got tons of storage. And I am not. And I like the animation and the effect that it has behind it. There we go. Look at that. The kind of dust and stuff that's kicked up behind it. That's nice. We might have to scrimp and save and, you know, get this as one of our bits of equipment around the farm. Alright, so after this is going to be the last thing we have to do here in order to get this field up and running. And then we'll have all of our fields. All of our fields will be done and ready to go. We won't have to do anything after this outside of just waiting. So we'll be able to turn our sights away from the farm. We'll do some cleaning around here on the farm. We do have to kind of straighten some things up. There we go. Ooh, there we go. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, I'm really liking this. I'm really liking this bit of machinery. Alright, so I think I'm going to get down here, and then I'm going to set the worker off. And then once I set the worker off, I can catch back up with the chat. I'm so close to getting to the chat. I feel like I'm like right there, right on the verge of catching up, and then all of a sudden I either trail off or I get to a point where I have to concentrate on what I'm doing. There we go. I think this will be enough kind of border in order not to, ruin everything. That's why I hope. There we go. Perfect. All right, where was I? So, Benji says thanks to Will. Philippa says, okay, thanks, BDD. Tony says, your dog, was that why she lost her... is that why she lost her... Your dog, was that why she lost her... Pantene? I'm sorry, Tony, I don't know what that last word is. Oh, patience. So Cole, when I think you're referring to Cole, and if that's the case, so Cole, I think, was going through bouts of dementia. I think the doggy dementia kind of thing, and it was one of those where the reason I thought that is because he was still extremely agile, very kind of quick. He would run around the yard and do all that kind of stuff. So I don't think it was a pain issue, because the vet had mentioned, like, this is something that can happen to dogs where when they get older, they can sometimes, be in pain, and because they, are in pain, they can get aggressive and all that stuff because they're in pain. And I'm like, yeah, I could totally see where you're coming from with that, but it's one of those, like, if he was having trouble getting around, or he was like actually making it out to be like showing any kind of signs of like pain and stuff like that, then I would be like, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. And I told him that it's like, look, it would make tons and tons of sense of what you're telling me, if it wasn't for the fact that, just earlier, the day before, he was running around the yard chasing after, the neighbor that lives down the street who drives around in this golf cart, all the time. So it was one of those, like, they'll sit there and they'll drive their golf cart up and down the street about 5 or 6 times a day, and they'll have a little dog with them, and they'll be sitting there hitting their radio, because they bring one of those little portable speakers along the ride with them, and they'll just be like boom 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 boom, listen to rap music and stuff. For some reason, I don't know why, or if they're going somewhere, or if they're whatever the case, it doesn't really matter. But if I let my dog out and they go driving by in their golf cart, the thing doesn't go that fast, so he's just booking right alongside with him at top speed, and it's like he's still a puppy kind of thing, and he's just chasing after him and barking and carrying on and doing the normal. But then all of a sudden you'll get him inside, and all of a sudden he's, like, all right, bud, come on, let's go. Try to take him to another room, or you just walk by him, and all of a sudden it's just like, boom, he starts growling, baring his teeth, and all that stuff. And it was just one of those where it didn't seem like, it was a pain issue. And then the doctor seemed to agree, is that, that is quite possible that it's a, like a dementia or something like that. He just doesn't recognize you. And that's the thing, is it just seemed like he didn't recognize us, kind of thing, especially me. So it was just, yeah, it was just one of those. It was tough, but it's like I said, it's one of those where every single pet owner has to go through it, and it's the worst part about owning pets. Let's see. Ken says, I'm sitting right next to her. I'm trying to explain in a way for her to understand you, BDD. Uh, yeah, like I said, it's one of those where if you need additional explanation, or if I say something that doesn't make sense, feel free to ask for clarification. I'll definitely do my best. Let's see. Will sent a link for his channel. Then Will also says my YouTube channel if anyone wants to subscribe. Bobby then says I just subscribed. Will also says if I stream if I stream I always ask BDD when he is streaming so I won't interfere with his stream. It works out that way really well. I would never stream over him or pull people away. People shouldn't do that. No, and here's the thing: is people can stream whenever they want to. That again, that's not what I mean in regards to pulling people away. What I'm saying in regards to pulling people away is, I'm sitting here streaming and then somebody comes on and says, "Hey, I'm doing a stream myself. Why don't you come check me out?" kind of thing. So that's what I mean in regards to pull people away. But although I greatly appreciate you holding off and whatnot, definitely don't feel like you have to not stream just because I'm streaming, kind of thing. Definitely, like I said, definitely don't feel like you have to hold off. All right, now we are done, and let me just confirm with the precision farming. Boop boop. Oh, that's the yield. That's nitrogen. So that almost looks like I'm missing a little chunk right here. Yeah, just, I don't know. Feels like I'm missing something right here. Let's see, something like that maybe. And I just turned it off for some silly reason. There we go. All right. Where was I? Bobby said I just subscribed. Oh no, wait. Will says thanks to Bobby. Bobby then says no problem. You made it easier by adding the link. That is a good idea, Will T Gaming. Also, about asking others when they are going to be streaming. Will then says, it's a polite thing to do. You are helping each other that way. And then Bobby says, agreed. And hey, look at that. I have made it through the chat. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. All right, so now let's go ahead and run on over to the other field. But when we do that, I'm going to go ahead and give my tier 2s their shout out, because why not? Why not? We'll go ahead and set up the worker to take it over there, and then that'll give me the perfect opportunity to segue into it. And we can welcome our newest and latest member. I'm so excited about that. All right, this should be a good spot to set up the worker. Boop. And nope. There. Perfect. All right. So, there we go. So, I want to give a huge shout out to all my Tier 2 channel members, starting with Mark K, Will T Gaming, Ken Adlam, Rail Fanning Jonah, Karma, Comment, Chameleon. We've got Revere Time Todd, Crazy Chris Sims, Luke, Bernie King, and our latest Tier 2 member. Thank you again so much to... Oh, why? What just happened? Oh, what's going on? Why is this happening? There we go. Okay, so sorry. Something just froze on my end and it was messing up. Philippa Thompson, thank you all so much for being tier 2 channel members. And if you are interested in being a channel member, go ahead and check out the link in the description below. Also, there is a join button down below this live stream. You can also go to the main channel page and hit the join button there as well. There you can gain access to multiple tiers, and each tier has its own perks. Starting out with tier 1 at 99 cents a month, you get custom badges, custom emojis, you get early access to edited content such as the Let's Play series and the channel shorts. All that again at 99 cents a month. You also have access, or you can gain access to tier 2 members, which tier 2 is everything you just heard there, plus the shout out and the banner every single live stream. Every single live stream you get a shout out for being a tier 2 member. And I, again, want to give a huge shout out to all of my channel members. Thank you all so very, very much. It goes to help out the channel for its sustainability and its continued growth. And yeah, we are doing amazing here lately. So very, very happy, so proud of what we are able to accomplish here for the channel. It is spectacular. Sorry, I had to clear my throat there for a second. I also want to give a shout out to everybody who's listening to me here on the live streams, as well as everybody who is subscribed to the channel. We have recently crossed over the 1,500 subscriber mark. That is amazing. At last check, we were at 1517, maybe 1518. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, we're doing fantastic on the channel. And I couldn't be prouder. I couldn't be happier. And I couldn't be any more grateful. Thank you all so very, very much. Again, I want to give another quick shout out to Philippa. Thank you again so much for being our newest tier 2 member. Greatly, greatly appreciate it so much. Thank you. And while I'm also kind of giving the shout outs and talking kind of the business side of the channel here, let me also give a quick shout out to our merchandise. We have merch. If you want to help support the channel, but you don't want to sign up for a month-to-month kind of thing, you want to do a one-time thing, and you want to actually have something to show for it, you don't want to just give a cash donation or something like that, super chat or whatever, check out the store and check out the channel merch. We have so much stuff there right now, all branded with the BDD Gaming logo. I am so incredibly excited. We've got hoodies, we've got shirts, we've got tank tops, we've got cups, we've got hats, we've got computer desk pads, we've got so much stuff. We've got yoga pants. I mean, everything. We've got so much stuff there. Go ahead and give it a check out if you want to help support the channel and have something to show for that support. It again goes to help out the channel so very, very much. Again, thank you all so very, very much. I greatly appreciate it. It's yeah, it's been a long time coming and has been something I really wanted to get out there, because there's been several instances where people have given like one-time donations and for the channel, like super chats or super stickers and stuff like that. And don't get me wrong, I am incredibly grateful and appreciative to anybody who wants to contribute to the channel. It's awesome, but I feel bad because it's one of those where it's how do I want to say it? There's just the kind of action that's involved. But now that we have merch, I feel like that's a much better proposition than just saying, hey, there's super chats, super stickers. I don't think I've ever said, hey, we have super chats or super stickers, because although am appreciative and grateful that we have those things, it's like I said, it's one of those that I would personally feel better if somebody were to go out and get like a sticker for their laptop or whatever, and have something to show for it rather than just give out cash kind of thing. So one of those, again, just grateful to every single person out there. I just want to make sure that is well known and in abundance of just how appreciative I am of every single one of you out there. Thank you all again so very, 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 very much. Let's see. I am just smacking into everything, apparently. And there we go. And perfect. We are done. Let's fold this away and get to rocking and rolling. Let's see. Bobby says we can fix that. Yes. Yes, we can. Will also says, I also have a Facebook page called Will T Gaming. I post the testing list, new mods, updates, and any news that's on mods coming soon on there. Will also says Black Sheep Modding is bringing a massive mod pack for all platforms, 60 placeables. It is massive. It is a massive placeable pack that they're coming out with. I'm really looking forward to that one. Let's see. Let's get this back to the farm, like so. Nope. Like that. There we go. Have the worker take it. Bobby says, that is a lot of placeables. Yes. Yes, it is. Basically, if I understood it right, it's basically all the animal, like, placeables and stuff, where, like, the pens and pastures kind of thing, where it is on all of Black Sheep Modding's maps and stuff, so you can get all the different pens and pastures that are all around on any of their given maps, hence 60 placeables. It seemed really awesome. Can't wait for that one. Let's see. Will says, yep. Bobby says, I don't have that thing called Facebook. Will then says, what did everyone think about the John Deere S7? It is a beaut. Bobby's, oh, what just, whoa, Will! Will just gave $5. Thank you, Will. I appreciate that greatly. Says, for you, BDD, really like your streams, man. Keep up the great content. I appreciate it, Will. Thank you so much. But like I said, bud, and this goes for everybody. Don't take a look at the merch store. Take a look at the merch store, and you know, I'd feel much better with people being able to have something to actually have rather than just giving cash kind of thing. Again, grateful and thankful for anybody who's willing to do that. Will, thank you again so much, bud. I greatly appreciate it. You know, but check out the merch. Check it out. And you know what? Let's see. Where, oh, where? Oh, you know what? I didn't add that part, did I? Oh, darn it. You know what? It's linked in the description below. The merch store is linked in the description. So go ahead and check that out. It is there. So let's see. Custom says, all right, sorry, but I have another streamer that is live, and I'm going to see if they still live. If he isn't, I will be back. All right, Custom. I hope you have fun. You have yourself a great night. If I don't see you again, have fun, and we'll see you again next time. Oh, Philippa, thank you. $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Holy smokes. Actually, that is a super sticker, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see. Woolen says different placeables from all their maps. Okay, so it's not just Animal Pastures then. It's all the various placeables. Let's celebrate their first super on the live stream. That is awesome. Yes, thank you. Custom says, I'll be back just so you know. Awesome, Custom. Glad to hear it. Yeah, we're going to be around for quite a bit longer because we got a bunch of stuff going on here tonight. Bunch of stuff. We've been pretty much just kind of cleaning up and tidying up around the farm. We've got all the fields finally back up and running. So that is excellent. So that's all done. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. All right. Let's put this here. Now I need my telehandler, but I need the pallet forks. Let's see. We need to fold this away, like so. So anybody who's actually watched the last Let's Play, episode 12, will know that I planted this soybean field right behind me just last month. Just planted it. We're 1 month into it. Now, the reason I decided to do this was twofold. One, because I could plant it. We were in June. It was the only thing in June besides olives and poplars and grass and all that stuff that I could plant. But one of those where I also noticed that the soybeans, if you look under the harvesting season, the orange there is, I think, going to be ready to harvest in just a few months. It looks like November is what I'm going to be looking at for the harvesting portion of this. So that's awesome. And if I plan this out really, no, I'm sorry, not November. I'm looking at the wrong, was it November? It was November. Okay, I was looking at the right one. But if I'm lucky, I'll be able to then put in wheat into this field after everything's all said and done. But I don't know if I need to wait for a whole year or anything, or if it's just the 4 months that's kind of in between here. But I do need to put the stream on pause for just a second. I will be right back. And I'm back. There we go. So sorry about that. The missus is getting ready to go to sleep, so I had to wish her good night. Anyway, so like I was saying, it's one of those where when everything's kind of said and done, I think it's going to work out very nicely, because I'll be able to, harvest in November and get them, do a quick turnaround and just put wheat in. So it's going to work out really nice. I had barley in there. It harvested back in June. I was able to plant soybeans in June, and I'll be able to harvest in November and plant in November. So it's going to be like a quick kind of turn and burn kind of thing. So I think that's going to be really nice. Now, let's see. Let's go ahead and check out what the chat's saying before we kind of get rocking and rolling again. Where was I? So Will says, now giving them all straw. Nice. Bobby said, is the JD7 S7 a mod? Yes. So it is a mod that came out yesterday. It's a large harvester. Yeah, definitely like it. It's nice. Where was I? Bobby then says, that is why I have not seen it. Benji then says, it's a John Deere harvester, Bobby. Okay, thank you. Todd, how's it going? Todd says howdy. And Custom says, I am back due to the not having live stream going. Gotcha. Let's see. Wilden says, what does everyone think about the new DLC? I mean, based on what I've seen up until this point, it could be really interesting. Basically, what I'm hoping is that it's kind of an expansion on the whole production scene that we have now, and what I'm kind of worried about. So it's kind of a twofold thing here. I'm worried that they're going to be adding a whole bunch of productions that are new products, new things like that. And if that's the case, then it's going to leave me worried. And the reason it's going to make me worried is because for products, we are limited as to how much
of these products we can have. All these various products that are here. Once you reach that limit, then it starts breaking the game per se, and you then have to, start deleting and getting things out from your mods in order to clear up for the room that you need. So it makes me nervous, and I ran into this not too long ago. I had a whole bunch of mods, actually by Zuttelzocht, that I ended up deleting because what ended up happening is all my base crops for the premium expansion were disappeared. Like all the parsnips, red beets, and carrots, those were gone. All the downstream stuff was still there. So all the canned soup, all the preserves, all that stuff was there. But the base stuff wasn't. It wouldn't pull through. None of this stuff came through. So it was just one of those that was a real nuisance to try and figure out, oh, hey, it's because I have too many mods or too many products that from the mods, and I had to delete a whole bunch. Yeah, it was a nightmare. But what I'm fearful of is that Giants is going to put out a whole bunch of new products, and then it's going to limit the amount of products that we can have as a, from the mod hub kind of thing. So I went ahead and I already downloaded, or not downloaded, I went ahead and already, what was it called? Pre-ordered. I went ahead and pre-ordered it, so as soon as it becomes available later this month, then I will be definitely installing it and seeing what we get out of it. But I mean, based on what I saw in that kind of reveal trailer, which I'm not a huge fan of those reveal trailers because it makes me pay attention. It makes me pay too much attention to what's being shown, and then you're kind of having to play like this little Easter egg hunt of, ooh, what's this? Oh, what's that? Oh, look at this. So we'll see how it goes. There we go. Oh no, oh no. There we go. We're just kind of putting all this stuff in there so we have a little bit of cleaner yard, because our yard is just absolutely thrashed. We've got to get this cleaned up and looking better. So Todd, how are you doing tonight? I think I started saying how's it going, and I think I trailed off there. How are you doing tonight? I hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Let's see. Will then says, oh no, I read that part. Bobby says, I have not seen it yet, have not played FS22 in about 2 weeks. Whew! That is a long time to be braked away from Farm Sim, but I hope that you've been enjoying whatever you have been playing. There we go. Where was I? Benji says, I'm really torn about it. File size. Yeah, I haven't seen like I haven't actually seen like details about it. Like I've only seen the reveal trailer, so I'm not familiar with like all the nitty-gritty kind of stuff that's going to be in it. Actually, let's go this way. There we go. We need to give this a bath. It is bad. Let's see. Where was I? Will says there are a couple interesting things in there. Giant Software are coming out with a patch before the new DLC. Nice. Ken says, well, Will T, it could be good for the game. Wait. It could be good for the game. Yes, agreed. Yep, for sure. And I mean, here's the thing: is I'm kind of speculating and potentially like, oh, this might backfire, this might that, But plain and simple is that I don't know. I have no clue whatsoever. And worst case scenario just means that I need to delete a couple of additional mods that, hey, I might not be using and just kind of in there to be in there kind of thing. Oh well, not the worst thing in the world.
Let's go ahead and close that up. Now, whoops. Oh. There we go. And just like that. Alright, so now I actually have one more thing that needs to be done around the farm. And that is I need to feed the cows. The cows are just chugging through feed. And I think they have less than 100,000. Why am I running over there when I can just bring up the menu? Silly Dave. Silly Dave. Alright, yeah, 77,000 liters. They have 38,000 liters of straw. I need to pad that out, I think. And then we got 3,000, almost 4,000 liters of slurry. We got 77,000 liters of milk. Yeah, we need to really start figuring stuff out for all that. Let's do that. Let's fire this up. I need my trailer, which I think is in the barn over here. There we go. Yep, there it is. Let's see. Can I sneak it out of here? Can I sneaky sneak? There we go. There we go. Look at that. It's like I actually know what I'm doing. There we go. All right. So we got to get the TMR from the mixer over here, or what I'm calling the mixer. Get out of the way, dear. It's like DJ Goham and his birds. Get out of here, bird. There we go. Oops, stop. Brakes. And, oh, total mixed ration. Look at that. All right. Will says, nope. Where was I? Will says it's going to be $8. 24 new items coming in DLC. Sulfuric acid is the new thing coming with it. It's an IBC tank. See, yeah, so they are adding new products to it. So, yeah, that just makes me nervous that somebody like me, who has reached the limit before, is going to reach a new kind of limit. And you can see I've got tons of stuff in here that... Actually, I know what would be one of the first things that kind of goes. This one here, this particular greenhouse, I'd end up losing. I'd probably end up losing these as well. So let's see, hold on. If we take a look, let's see, productions, greenhouses, it'd be, yeah, these ones here from the greenhouses and nurseries. I'd probably end up losing that one to get rid of those three. And then if I take a look at productions, what was the... Oh, it's, nope. All the way over to the right. Wait a minute, did I already remove them? Huh. Wait a minute. Oh, that's a sawmill. Yeah, I must have already removed them. Okay. They were like these little cottages that you can install, and they produce different products and whatnot. They were just like little itty-bitty kind of things, but they worked. But one of those where I eventually stopped using them. Ooh, that's something's going on up there through the window. See all that kind of jumbling around, all the bales and stuff. Oh, that's the parallax inclusion or something. Parallax something or other. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Bobby says, I've been playing... Oh, that's right. Civilization. That's right. You said that earlier. Off and on. I need to get some... let's see. Pepper seeds started. I am behind on starting my seeds this year. Not going to start any super hot peppers this year. Oh, that's right. That's right. If I remember right, didn't you say that you used to do, what was it, the Carolina Reapers or something? Or am I just imagining that? There we go. Number 1. Might as well just slam in a whole bunch of feed in here. There's no sense not to. Let's see. Ken says, Will T, that trucking company would look good on your farm. LOL. Right? Right? Absolutely. Wilden says, things coming with the DLC. Tony says, that's a real thing being used on farms now. Okay, nice. Will says, sulfuric acid tank, vehicle and box storage shed, open front shed with bale storage, vehicle storage shed, open front shed, bulk storage shed, root crop storage shed, large vehicle shed. Saskatchewan, hey, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. I was on farm today. Awesome, bud. Let's see. Will says also expandable solar panels, small wind turbines, washing drum, Lely sphere, cleaner tiger, bakery market all, vegetables market all, dairy markets. Oh, that's market stall. I can read, I swear. Bakery market stall, vegetables market stalls, dairy market stall, fresh farmers supermarket. I grew it for you. Okay, so it was okay. I'm not just making things up. I thought I remembered you saying that you did some Carolinas. Yeah, okay. One of those where my wife and I, we keep talking about wanting to start our own kind of like growing our own produce and stuff here at the house. You know, just doing like a little something. But it's one of those where we don't know if we want to really kind of get too deep into it right now because we're trying to move. But I mean, who knows? It's one of those, you know, we'd love to move. We'd love to be able to get out of the neighborhood that we're in and get to a little bit quieter of an area. But with the way the market is right now, I don't know. I don't know. Between interest rates being, you know, way up and, you know, all that nonsense, just don't know it's the best time. Let's see. Will says also small vending machines, big vending machines, multi-vending machines, farmers markets, distribution center, big vehicle workshop, and solar panel. Washing robot. Solar panel washing robot. With a link to the DLC. Link is anyone wants to look. Bobby says, I need to get the hot sauce bottled up. Oh, Bobby. Bobby, you are talking my language about. I love me some hot sauce. Actually, funny story. So, I love spicy food. I love it. And one of those where in my local area, there's a place called Pepper Palace. I love going there every once in a while when I'm in the area. And I will kind of peruse through, and anybody who's never been to a Pepper Palace, it's basically, you know, barbecue sauces, hot sauces, rubs, and just all sorts of you know, stuff to you know, to have kind of thing. Well, I ended up going there this was about a year and a half or so ago. And as I'm sitting there kind of wandering around, um, I hear somebody talking up at the front counter, and they're telling me how, oh, this stuff any good? And people are like, oh yeah, you can try it. It's a sampler kind of thing, and all this stuff. And I'm not paying huge amounts of attention, just enough to obviously get myself in trouble, apparently. Well, then I go up there and I'm taking a look at it, and I'm like, oh, what's this stuff? It's a sampler. It's our such and such sauce. I'm like, really? Okay, well, it's I'll try it. And they're like, okay, well, go ahead and take a little dab and tell us what you think, kind of thing. And I take about the size of a pea, into my finger, and I try it, and they're like, holy smokes, what are you doing? Like the immediate reaction of the people behind the counter was like, what? They're like, you're supposed to like use just a little pinprick kind of thing. Like, no, like, are you okay? Like they're sitting there like absolutely losing it. I'm like, yes. Why? And they're like, because you just tasted our hottest item on the menu by far. I'm like, oh, well, doesn't seem too bad. And I'm like, all right, well, I appreciate it. I check out and have myself a merry old day. At least that's what I thought was going to happen. Until I start walking down the little lane there to, go meet up with my wife. And all of a sudden I'm like, oh. And it's getting worse and worse and worse. And I'm starting to like feel this fire just growing inside my belly. This fire of pure heat and rage is just boiling, getting worse and worse inside my stomach. And all of a sudden I look over at my wife, because she was in another store. She comes over and I look at her. I'm like, run as fast as you can. Go get me some milk. Go get anything with dairy in it. Run as fast as you can. She's like, what's going on? It's like, no time to answer questions. Please go now. Hurry. Fast. So she does. Thankfully she didn't sit there and try and force the issue or anything along those lines. So I'm sitting there and I am doubled over in pain. I am almost in tears of just how much fire and rage is just brewing inside my stomach. Now, again, for those who follow the channel knows that I've had gastric bypass surgery. And when I tell you that, oh wait, I'm all full there, so I don't need to do any more. Perfect. 350,000 liters is stored up in that particular. Oh, and they're getting ready to reproduce. Ooh, nice. 90%. So we're going to have some baby cows here soon. All right. Well, we don't need anything else there. So let's go ahead, put this away, and we'll keep on putting stuff where they need to go. So anyways, my wife gets back and I start drinking this. She brings me a little milkshake from like it wasn't Baskin Robbins. What was it called? Haagen-Dazs. Because we were at this like little outlet mall, and she brings me this shake from Haagen-Dazs, and I'm sitting there and I take a sip and I'm like, oh my goodness, this isn't working. This isn't helping whatsoever. And I'm sitting there, I'm just double over, and finally I'm like, okay, I gotta go. So I go walking to the bathroom. I'm practically in just tears, just so much pain at this point. And I go to the bathroom and I'm trying to just get whatever is inside of me out at this point. So I'm trying to throw up. I'm trying to do whatever it takes just to get this demon of heat out of me. And nothing, absolutely not. I'm just dry heaving. It is not good whatsoever. So I go back out to the
the kind of patio area where we were sitting at. I cannot get this in there, can I? Oh, you know what? This might not be a bad idea. What if I do something like this? What if I store my trailers out back here? Instead of having them inside the barn, I can have them right here. Yeah. Why not? Oh, the camera collisions. The camera collisions. There we go. So yeah, needless to say, after that experience, we ended up going home. And I felt so bad. Because this place, it's not close. It is not close. It is every bit of like an hour and a half, 2 hours away. Like, depending on traffic. And I end up looking over at my wife, you know, as we're like halfway home. Because she's driving home at this point. Normally I drive wherever we go. I tell her, it's like, no, you need to drive. I cannot even begin to focus on anything besides, you know, trying to deal with the sheer pain that I'm going through at this point. And she's driving home, and and I look over her and I'm like, I am so sorry. And she's like, why are you apologizing? I'm like, because I basically cut our day short because, you know, I did something, you know, stupid. And she's like, well, did you know that the hot sauce was that bad? I'm like, I told her, it's like, I have no idea. Well, I found out later that I was supposed to sign a waiver to have this particular sauce, but they never told me that I had to. It was just one of those, yeah, go ahead and try some kind of thing. So when they were kind of nonchalant about, oh yeah, go ahead and try it, I didn't think it was going to be that bad. But yeah, I eventually found out after the fact that, yeah, I was supposed to sign a waiver, and that there was this like big old kind of, you know, to-do that was involved with everything, and that they just didn't have me to do it. So yeah, needless to say. Now let me catch up with the chat, because I see that we're moving right along without me. Let's see. Benji says, vertical gardening is a good idea for small areas. Yes, would absolutely. Like I said, I'm absolutely interested in, you know, doing like some kind of gardening. I just don't know how deep I want to get into it here, kind of thing. Like, we've got this little plot right next to our house, and the way that the fence kind of was built up in that area, it'd make a good little raised bed kind of area. And I've been kicking around the idea of like kind of building that bed up to where we can actually, you know, use it for planting and whatnot. And it was one of those I keep humming and hawing back and forth. And I could even put in a section of fence and it'd be completely closed off, so like animals couldn't get into it or anything like that. It would just be, you know, kind of fenced off kind of thing. But then I get to thinking, well, my daughter likes to kind of run around back there and stuff, so I'd be kind of taken away from her space kind of thing. But I don't know, we got plenty of room for her to be able to run around, so I'm not terribly concerned about that. I don't know, it's one of those kind of, at one breath it's okay, and the next it's kind of not. So we'll see. Let's see. Will says Frank's Red Hots. Love me some Frank's. Yeah, love some Frank's. Bobby says, mine have a better flavor than just peppers and vinegar. Ooh, nice. Gotta love that. Benji says, I personally prefer crystals. Yes, crystals is good too. I had a buddy of mine when I used to work in the office. This was way back when. He ended up turning me on to crystals, and specifically whenever we go out to lunch or something like that to you know, go out to eat and whatnot. There was a chicken restaurant that was just down the street from us, and they had Crystal's hot sauce. And one day I saw him, he was taking the hot sauce and he was putting on his chicken. I'm like, what are you doing there? And he's like, you gotta add the hot sauce, man. It's extra flavor. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, man, you got to try it. I'm like, well, I mean, and this is back when I really wasn't big into like hot sauce, like Crystals or Frank's or anything like that. Um, I'm like, all right, yeah, I'll try it. And he hands me the shaker, and I put a little bit on there, and I take a bite. I'm like, holy smokes, this is amazing! It just kicked the flavor up to 11 with a little bit of heat in there too. It's like Yeah. So needless to say, ever since that day, he got me onto the hot sauce and fried chicken. I'm like, Let's see. Bobby says that was capsaicin extract. I am not even going to do anything like that. Oh my goodness. Bobby, when I tell you that it was the worst decision I've ever made in my entire life, it was the worst decision I've ever made. Holy smokes. Let's see. Uh, Felipa says, good night. All right, Felipa. Well, I hope you have yourself a fantastic night. Again, thank you so much. Thank you for becoming the latest Tier 2 member. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. And I absolutely love seeing that badge there next to your name. The broken down tractor. But if you continue to be a member throughout the months, you'll see that badge grow and grow. As you can see, Ken's there. He's got the little John Deere. And as he continues to be a member and whatnot, it'll continue to go and go. So, again, I hope you have a great night. And take care, and we'll hopefully see you next time. Will says they need to bring the disabled collision camera back. Yes, from 19, 100%. I have no idea why that's not a thing anymore. Ken says, good night, BDD Gaming. Got to go takeaway run now. Got to do a takeaway run. I don't know what a takeaway run is, but I hope you have yourself a fantastic day there, Ken. Again, thank you all so much. We'll see you again next time. Will says night to Ken. Bobby says they could have been sued over that, not having someone sign a waiver. Really? I mean, it's one of those where I should have done my own due diligence and been like, hey, what's this stuff I'm putting into my body, kind of thing, to where, yeah, I could have potentially gone down that route, but I've never been one to kind of, go into whole frivolous lawsuits kind of thing, or try to extract money from people kind of thing. I don't know. Like, I think the whole McDonald's lawsuit over the hot coffee, even though from what I understand it was, exceedingly hot kind of thing, was I think it's stupid personally, but it's one of those, like, I don't know, when I think of coffee, I think hot, so that's why I think it's kind of a silly thing. I don't know. It's just one of those. I've never been that kind of a person to where I've wanted to use the system in that way. I think the system, the tort system, is something that should be used when you're like legitimately damaged, and a few hours of discomfort I don't feel is enough for me to be like, oh yeah, let me go and get a hold of the next lawyer kind of thing. Let's see, 14. Oh, that's that little one over there. Let's see. Let's take a look at the contracts. Let's take a look what we got. So we got a bunch of harvesting contracts. We got this big one here. 17. What is 17? What are you? 17. Oh, the big one up in the north. Okay. Maybe. What was that? What product? Canola. So we got rye, barley. See, I want to avoid rye only because the only thing you can do with that on this map is just sell it. There's really not any use for it other than just to do it just to make a little bit of contract money. But then I'm having to either take my equipment out to it or use their equipment and rent. I don't know if I want to do that. And really, I can't even take my equipment because I don't have a header. I have the pickup header. I just smacked the mic.
Let's see. You know what? Let's go ahead and make some silage bales. That'll be some good quick cash right there. So, which one's 35? Which one's 35? That's... Oh, it's that one. Oh, it's just down the road. All right, yeah, we'll do that one. Except... let's see. Nope, there it is. Let's see. Bobby says, BDD, may I make a suggestion for a good hot sauce? I have learned how to make a hot sauce from his YouTube channel. Yes, please do. Like I said, I love hot sauce and I love spicy food. So it's one of those where, you know, any chance I get to, you know, feed into that that love and passion, then I'm a happy camper. So yeah, absolutely. Feel free to kick it in the chat. Let's see. So let's go ahead and drop this down. Nope. Drop that there. Pull forward. Lift. And we gone. Okay. So now we're going to mow field 35, bale it, wrap it, and then where's it going again? Oh, it's going here to the farm. Oh, okay, okay. So I'm trying to think. It might be something worth doing. No, because I got all the bale storage. I really don't need to. Okay, so I'm sitting here kicking around in my head. Do I want to take all my bale product and make it into loose product, kind of thing? And I'm just kind of humming and hawing back and forth as to how I would want to proceed. And I can turn it loose and put it into the barn area there, that production there on the farm, and just let it use it as storage kind of thing. But I don't know if that's going to be really worth the effort to do that, because I got the, like I said, I got the bale storage, so there's really no sense in using it that way. Let's see. Bobby says, I agree with you on the frivolous lawsuits. One example is a Texas Pete lawsuit because it is not made in Texas. Texas Pete is made in Winston-Salem, North. Really? Somebody seriously sued the Texas Pete hot sauce company because they aren't made in Texas? What the heck? That is ridiculous. Yeah, like I said, I vividly remember the McDonald's lawsuit where somebody sued them because their coffee was too hot. And again, I can understand in one hand be like, okay, coffee hot, that's kind of a given. But from what I understand in the lawsuit, it was like so ridiculously hot that there was no ability to have been able to actually drink it, kind of thing, until it cooled down like many degrees from where it was currently sitting. But coffee hot? So I don't know, it doesn't seem like, I don't know, just one of those. I just remember reading the headlines when that came out many years ago, and was like, really like, it just it's like, man, I wish I could go around, do something incredibly stupid and sue a company for, but no, I don't actually wish that. It's just, like I said, I personally think it's an abuse on the system kind of thing, and oftentimes it's, no, I shouldn't say often. I'm sure in that person's mind they thought they were legitimately damaged, and I'm sure they were. I'm sure they were burned, and I'm sure it wasn't like something that was, you know, taken with. Long story short, I don't know their motivation. I don't know, if it was on accident or whatever. And really, it's not the point. It's just, again, coffee hot. I think that's all that needs to be said about it. Coffee hot. Hi there, sunshine. Are you feeling better ever since the booms? You feeling okay? As you can hear, I'm sure the dogs say hi. One of those where, like I said, I feel bad for her because she gets so bent out of shape when it comes to not storms. It's never been a storms issue. It's always like fireworks or loud sudden booms. Like she is so bad. I'll put it to you this way. So I told the story on the last stream and how I got into it with my neighbor a few days ago. I told that story, and it was one of those where cooler heads prevailed in my opinion, kind of thing. After getting the cops involved and all that stuff, it was just one of those where it was just a bad situation the whole way around. But this isn't the first time that she's gotten out of our yard. There was actually one time before where she ended up, I was letting her out, and I think it was either leading up to the 4th of July. And people had started celebrating a little early. Again, anybody who's familiar with Florida and whatnot will know that when there's certain times of the years that hit, there is a pretty big celebration that happens in this area, at least in my area, and pretty much all around the country, all around the state. I'll put it to you this way. In my immediate area and in the several surrounding areas therein, on the 4th of July, it looks like a fog has rolled in. So many fireworks, so much stuff is going boom, that basically it all boils down to a big fog. It basically looks like a giant fog has gripped the state. And you know what, if you've seen the movie oh goodness, what is it called? I think it's with Mark Wahlberg. What was it called? The Happening? No, it's not Mark Wahlberg. The Mist. That's what it's called. It's called The Mist. If you've ever seen that movie, it's like that. It's just this kind of haze. Every 4th of July, every New Year's is just ridiculous. And one time leading up to, I believe it was the 4th of July, somebody started touching off fireworks early. Well, I didn't have her. I had her outside in my yard, and my yard is fenced in, so I don't put her on a leash or anything like that. Well, she ends up hearing a boom, and she immediately panics and starts running towards the front of the house where I go to let her in. Well, I didn't get there fast enough. I went running, after her, because I saw her bolt. I knew that something was wrong, and I needed to try and catch up with her. Well, she's a dog. I ain't gonna catch up with her. So I get up to the front, and by the time I get there, she is panicking. She is freaking out because the door isn't opening for her. So she runs down the steps and goes barreling and crushes into the front gate of our house, and hits it so hard that it actually blows the gate out. And yeah, she escapes and runs to the neighbor's yard. And again, another boom goes off, but this time, instead of running, she just freezes. And thankfully, that was the reaction that she had, because she knew at that point she wasn't going to escape the booms, and she wasn't just sitting there continuing to panic run. Because the first time was a panic run. This time it was just like, oh my goodness, what do I do? So I was able to catch up to her, grabbed her, and I started like leading her by the collar. Well, then another boom goes off, and then she starts like flailing, trying to get away. Well, thankfully, I'm able to keep the collar on her, and I end up reaching down, grabbing her, and then lifting her up and carrying her around. And like I said, she's not a small dog. She's a hound dog, and she's got some weight to her. So I pick her up and I'm carrying her from across the street, and pretty much firemen carrying her at this point to my yard. So that was the first time it happened. Well, again, I think the following week, because it was a while before the 4th, but it was leading up to it. It's like a couple of weeks before. So again, letting her out late at night, and all of a sudden, boom, it goes off. Well, this time, the way that she blew out the gate is she hit so hard that the mechanism, the little latch that hits or that goes down on the post, actually bent and twisted out because it just wasn't cinched down tight enough. Well, the second time this happened, what just happened? Outlaw Custom Farm just subscribed to the channel. Outlaw, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Let's see. So, like I was saying, she hit so hard that she actually bent the mechanism that locks it or latches down. She bent it outwards, and it just wasn't tight. It wasn't cinched down tight enough, kind of thing, which I didn't think was gonna ever need to happen, kind of thing. Well, first thing the next morning, I go out there with the ratchet set, and I wrench it down as tight as I possibly can, kind of thing, to where there's no way that this thing's just going to spin and let her back out. Well, the following week, no incidences the whole week, but the following week is still before the 4th of July. I go to let her out, and then boom, another shot goes off. Well, she goes running to the gate. This time I'm closer to it. So I'm there, and I'm trying to get her inside, and she goes and bull rushes that fence again. But this time it doesn't give. It doesn't allow her out. And at this point, she's just panicking at this point. Well, all of a sudden she goes and she is able to somehow squeeze between the house itself and the fence post. Now again, she's a hound dog. She is not a small dog, kind of thing. And she is able to squeeze her head and body in between the house and the fence post, and just bloop, takes off. So I'm like, what? Like, WTF at this point. I go running after her again, and again, they touch off another one, and she just comes to a dead stop. She realizes that there's no use in trying to run from it because she doesn't know where it's coming from. So again, thankfully, I'm not having to run too far. She's out in the neighbor's yard. I grab her, bring her back. Everything's all good. So yeah, it's one of those. I now forget why I was telling this story, but yeah. Long story short, poor dog. I feel bad for her. Yeah, one of those where the fun parts of owning a pet. Let's see. So let me catch up with the chat because I can tell I'm way out there. Let's see. Bobby says, Chili Chump Blazing Buffalo Extreme. It was great. It is great on some wings. He's in the UK. It takes a few weeks to be delivered. Ooh. Okay, I'll definitely have to check that out. Chili Chump Blazing Buffalo. Definitely have to check that out. Saskatchewan says, I was working on the farm today. Nice. Bobby says, oh, wait. Oh, so I skipped that part up ahead. I got down to the Texas Pete. Holy smokes. Will says, someone sued Red Bull because their commercials claim to give you wings. No. The guy jumped from a building to see if he could fly. LOL. No. But you know what? I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised whatsoever if somebody was just so blatantly stupid. Like, Red Bull gives you wings. And then all of a sudden they're like, really? Well, let me try this out. Hop up on the roof of their house or something like that. Red Bull gives me wings. Splat.
Oh my goodness. It would not shock me whatsoever. Whatsoever. Let's see. Tony says, good night, all. Catch you all next time. Tony, thank you so much for coming out and hanging out with us tonight. I hope you have a fantastic night, and we'll catch you again next time. Let's see. Bobby says, LOL, he got what he deserved. Right? Right? Now, here's the thing. I hope that it didn't end in the ultimate punishment in that regard. But if it was just, hey, I got hurt or they got hurt, I'm not going to feel bad for you. I'm not going to feel bad for you whatsoever. Like, those of us may know what a Darwin Award is. It's when you end up doing something silly and you cull yourself from this mortal coil kind of thing. It's one of those where, the the survival of the fittest is basically what it boils down to. And if you look up, Darwin Award on the internet, you're going to find some doozies, some absolute doozies out there. And now again, don't go into it with faint of heart or anything like that, because some of them are really, really, really bad. But I can't feel bad for people doing things that are blatantly and obviously stupid, and then they get hurt because of it. Like that whole kind of hold my beer mentality kind of thing. And then like the mindset of, well, hey, I got hurt as a result of this. Like, come on. What do you think was going to happen? Like, I don't know. Let's see. Bobby says, that Red Bull may give you wings, but that moonshine give you the four-wheel drive. Yeah, right? Will says, I'm heading to bed. I'm exhausted. Have a good night, everybody. Will, thank you so much for coming out tonight. Thank you for that donation to the channel. I greatly appreciate it. Hope you have a fantastic night, and we'll see you again next time, bud. Let's see. Benji says, take care, Will. Outlaw Custom Farm. Hi, Benji and everyone. Outlaw, how you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Benji says, hey to Outlaw. Hot Night says, LOL, dog poot. Uh-oh. Let's see. Outlaw says, first time watching your stream, I subbed to your channel. Yes, I saw that you subbed. Thank you so much for subbing. I greatly appreciate it, and I hope that you're enjoying the stream so far. I don't remember how we got to Darwin Awards, and I don't remember how we got to... oh, that's right. Potential lawsuit because of the hot sauce incident. That's how we got here. So, anyways... one of those that I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Being a first-time sub and watching the stream for the first time, I appreciate it. Bobby says his YouTube channel is Chili Chump. Yes, Bobby, definitely going to check that out. Like I said, I love me some hot sauce. I love some peppers. Like so to kind of give you kind of the scope and scale, if I were to go to, like, let's say like a mainstream restaurant, I don't know, maybe like a Buffalo Wild Wings, it's just an example. I would probably get, for wings, a coating of maybe their hot, maybe their second from the hot that they would serve, and have a side of their hottest kind of thing. I don't remember the names off the top of my head. And then what I end up doing is I'll take that hottest sauce or the hottest one that they'll give you as a side, and I'll take that and add it to like the blue cheese or ranch, whatever I'm having as a side at that point. I'll add it directly into it, mix it in to kind of cut the heat, but it has that good flavor that the sauce has. So that kind of gives you kind of a estimate or a profile of what I'm dealing with here. But yeah, definitely love me some good hot stuff. Let's see. Where was I? Will says he actually jumped.
Oh, wait. He actually jumped from a plane with a parachute, pulled it at the last minute, and broke his leg and arm. Holy crap. I didn't even realize that was a real thing. I thought you were, like, making a joke. That's a real thing? No. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to have to look that up now. That's a legit thing? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so I know y'all can't see me. Maybe one day when I get a camera that'll happen, but right now I'm doing the Jean-Luc Picard just face palming, just rubbing my head right now. Just yeah, that just hurt my brain. Wow, just wow. Bobby says, as one Cajun told me, if you are going to be stupid, be you better be tough. Yes, yes, that is 100%. If you're going to be stupid, be tough. Yes. Let's see. Hot Knight says, funny dog stories. Subscribe, people. Heart. Wait. Yes. Heart and sheep. Yes, I appreciate it. Definitely appreciate anybody who subscribes. Absolutely love it. So thank you, Hot Knight. Appreciate that. Outlaw says, been looking for a new farm sim community to join and hang out with. Well, you are absolutely welcome to hang out here anytime. I tell you what, we've got a very awesome community of people here. We have been working at this for over a year now, trying to make a very awesome, welcome, and inviting community here. And I think we have developed one of the best communities of people here. I'm so proud of what we've got going on here. So proud. And so, again, I know I said this earlier, I'm going to say it again, so incredibly grateful for every single person out there. Like I said, we reached 1,500 subscribers not too long ago. It sounds like we are kind of, creeping our way up from that point. But I am incredibly grateful and thankful for every single one of you out there. It means an absolute ton to me. I'm just so proud. And somebody like Jody, like Will, like Benji, they'll all tell you that we have a really good thing going here on this channel. I'm very proud of what we got going on. So yeah, we'll absolutely welcome you with open arms, and yeah, just hope that you enjoy it and are along for the ride. Let's see. Bobby says, it would be nice, it would not surprise me about the guy jumping from a plane. Yeah, one of those where it wouldn't surprise me, but I have to actively tell myself nowadays, and it makes me sad, that common sense is not too common nowadays. It makes me sad to think about that, to opine about how what should be common sense in any facet of life, it just seems like it doesn't exist anymore. It seems like people are openly trying to obliterate it. Perfect example is like the Tide Pod challenge from way back when. I don't know if anybody remembers this or if have heard of it, but there was a phase where kids were going around and biting down and chewing on those Tide Pods. Those little detergent pods for your laundry. Like, people thought that was a good idea for one reason or another, and lo and behold, people were poisoning themselves, people were getting hurt. I think even people died as a result of it. No, yeah, I mean, a lot of that's, the internet clout, people chasing internet fame and, doing silly, stupid stuff like that. But it's one of those, like, you would think that you would have enough neurons firing in your brain to be like, you know what, maybe I ought not to put this stuff in my mouth. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Where was I? Jody says, had a panic attack. Oh, Jody, bud, I'm sorry to hear that, bud. Hope everything's okay. See, Bobby says, panic attack, question mark. Jody says, there's awesome community here. You would definitely have a great time here. Yeah, 100%. Jody, what happened, bud? I hope, like I said, I hope everything's okay with you, and I hope, everything is kind of settling down for you now. Let's see. Outlaw says, I have another channel that I stream on and will sub to you with that with the channel I stream with the next time you... Oh, I appreciate it, bud. Thank you. 2 for the price of 1. I'm certainly not gonna be upset about that. Oh, and Will just sent a link to the... Oh my goodness, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. No! 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 Oh. I hear stories like this. Again, I'm rubbing my head. I know people can't see this, but I'm doing the Jean-Luc Picard, just rubbing my hands into my face. But there are times where I hear these kind of stories, and I think about, like, even ones that don't end in this kind of thing. Just okay. I'll kind of backtrack from what I was saying here and then come back to it. So stories like this remind me of the time when I decided what are some of the silliest laws on our books. And it got me to thinking and looking when I lived in Michigan. This is when this kind of stuck around, took place. But I was going around and finding all these ridiculous laws that are still in the books today. And one of the most silly laws that I saw in Michigan, because again, I was looking in Michigan where I lived, and it is illegal to tie a alligator to a fire hydrant in the state of Michigan. And it got to thinking, okay, it's illegal. Makes sense why it would be illegal. Why is that necessary to be a law? Because it happened. They reacted to a situation and then put on the books that in the city of Detroit it is illegal to tie an alligator to a fire hydrant. That is a legitimate law. And again, not one that you would think you would ever need to have. So, I started saying this. I hear stories like this. I hear laws like this. I read a story, again in Michigan, because it's laws. In Michigan, there's a breed of rodent called the Nutella rat. Or, not Nutella as in the spread. It's I forget how to pronounce it. It's a weird pronunciation. Anyways, it's a very invasive species and destroys a lot of area. Well, way back when you could bring the rat tail, the Nutella, I think it's Nutella, you could bring the tail to your local clerk, to your local courthouse, and be paid. I think it was like I think at that time it was when it was first introduced, as like 10 cents a tail kind of thing, but because of prices increasing and whatnot, it's still on the books. You can still do this. Well, some good old boy up in Michigan, I was reading an article, brought a handful of these tails to his local courtroom, to his local judge, slapped him on the judge's table, and said, "Pay me." Needless to say, that judge was not happy, found him in contempt of court, And yeah, he went to jail that day. He didn't get paid for his handful of rat tails. So yeah, it's stories like that, stories like the Red Bull guy, it's stories like the coffee drinker, the McDonald's coffee drinker, that makes me wonder if we are truly sustainable to exist on this planet, or if we're ever and ever approaching the Idiocracy movie. And if anybody's not seen that movie, I apologize. Spoiler alert. But Idiocracy was a movie with Luke Wilson. And basically what it boils down to is the future is stupid. And what I mean by that is people, basically what it boiled down to is that the smart people of the world stop breeding because they either find excuses as to not to have children, or they run into difficulties, or they just, long story short is that they just stop breeding. And all that's left is the kind of, sub lower IQs to continue the breeding, and not only breeding but breeding in mass. And because of this, the population gets dumber and dumber and dumber as you project on into the future, kind of thing. Well, makes me wonder if, when you hear stories like that, if we're like approaching that timeline kind of thing. Now, I obviously don't actually think that's the case. I think that there's, many things out there that are absolutely brilliant out there. But it just scares me. There's times where I look around and it's like, oh, I'm worried. I'm worried for our existence. But it is what it is. Let's see. Where was I? Hot Knight says, I've been but addicted to this game myself. Only problem is I start a new map too often. I also stream a little bit, but not a funny storyteller. You know what? That's awesome, though. You don't necessarily always have to be a storyteller. I'll be honest with you, I'm not always a storyteller myself. It's one of those that here tonight I feel like I've been kind of leaning into the stories, but it's just because of the chat and just kind of how things have flowed. So one of those that's awesome that you're a streamer. Keep it up, and one of these days you'll find your audience where, even though you might not consider yourself a storyteller, you might turn into one. Because like I said, it's one of those that as you interact with people and as you continue to build and grow, kind of thing, that you kind of you almost surprise yourself with how you kind of ebb and flow into various different quote themes throughout a stream. Like I'm talking like from me personally. Like I'll start with kind of ebbing and flowing into narrating what I'm doing versus telling stories versus interacting with people in the chat and all these different things. It kind of just bobs back and forth, and it's just one of those that it works out. And yeah, I think it makes for entertaining content. And I think everybody hopefully here would agree. Fingers crossed. Please agree. And there we go. So Hot Knight says, but is bit, lol. Wilden says, I just put it in the chat and sent it to you, BD. I appreciate that, bud. Yeah, that is definitely going to be an article that I'm going to read, and I am desperate to figure out how much they won, because Lord knows I'm sure that with the way that our courts are and whatnot, I'm sure they ended up suing, and I'm sure they ended up winning, and I'm sure they're, a multi millionaire now because of, the way that silliness is. But I mean, actually, maybe not. Maybe they didn't win. Maybe they won a settlement. I don't know. But one of those that Red Bull still says that tagline, so I wonder if they actually got anything out of it. I don't know. Hmm. Now I'm curious. Now I'm really curious. All right, let's go ahead and squeeze. Squeeze, think then. There we go. Get that in there. And get this into the corner. Like so. Now we need the Magnum. Love it. Love it. Again, it's one of those with the line of tractors for Case. You've got the Farmall, you've got the Puma, you've got the Magnum, the I think the Maxim is also one of. You've got the Steiger. Every single time that I see and hear the names, it always makes me think of the 80s and 90s. For those of us who are, relatively of the same age as I am, you think back of the 80s and 90s, and you think of the old salesman, spokesperson for the commercials, the guy with kind of the deep, sultry voice, and it's like trying to sell you a car, and it's like, the Toyota Highlander. That kind of like, little bit bassy, a little bit sultry kind of voice kind of thing. Every time I hear the name brands for, or the makes of the Case lineup, I just think of that, the Case Magnum. And where it all started on this channel was the Steiger. That's where it all started. For those who are familiar with Dust Bunny, she every time I used to say Steiger, I would always Steiger, or something like that, and always get that kind of, that sultry, deeper kind of salesman voice going, just rocking and rolling there. And she would always in the chat, and I would, I wish that she came to the streams more often, but I know she's super busy here lately. She would always throw up a power arm, like the arm with the flexing. Yeah, it was absolutely hilarious. Because again, it's like you hear Steiger and it's like, Steiger. I would laugh really, really hard if somehow, some way it got back to Case that I was saying something like this about their product, and that they were to then do a commercial line with that being their kind of tag, the Case Steiger. Whoa, what? Alright, well, we need to kind of get off to the side there, because for some reason it wasn't picking anything up. That's weird. But yeah, here on this channel we've got several of those kind of, tags and fun stuff going on here. So we got the Case Steiger. We've got Jasper, the Farmyard Ghost. We've got, oh goodness, what else? What else we got going on here in the channel? Jasper was a whole funny story. That was way long time ago though. That was back when I think we were doing the Valley of the Old Farm, when we were doing that series. Let's see. Let me go ahead and catch up with the chat here real quick, because I see that it's moved quite a bit. Oh no, nope. Oh no, it has. Yep. I'm just Let's see, where was I? Oh, no, where did I leave off? Oh, there we go. Jody says, I've heard of that trend. Yes. Yeah, that was one that happened a while ago. I haven't heard of it here recently, but it was bad. The Tide Pod challenge was just so stupid. So stupid. Bobby said they were also snorting. Yes! Yes, they were! Through their nose and pulling them out. Yes, I heard of that one too. Just so stupid. So stupid. Like, why? What makes people think of this kind of stuff? Jody says, I feel a little bit better now talking to you and everyone. Awesome, bud. I'm glad to hear that. How do you spell for you this comes on and hits? How do you spell for this? Sorry, bud. I don't know what you wrote there. If you can retype it in there, I appreciate it. Hot Knight says, I'm sure people ask you 1,000 times, what map do you like best? I do get that a lot, but I am more than happy to answer. So, I am a huge Zero Ito fan. I absolutely love Zero Ito's maps. Now, you will never catch me on one of their maps because of the music that plays on them. So, I really enjoy Frontier, Evergreen Valley. What's the I think it was the Green Valley. Let's see, what else? I think they did a version of Westbridge Hills, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, pretty much anything Zero Ito I think is absolute gold, in my opinion. I'm also a big fan of maps like Alma, Missouri here. I absolutely adore this map. This one here, specifically because of the main kind of town area, is what really drew me to this map. Let's see. Need to pick up all this. This is money. This is money we're missing out on, and I'm not going to leave it behind. So anyways, Alma, I absolutely adore. There's Iowa Plains View. That's another amazing map, also by Celobuki. Did a series on that one. Let's see. Oh, one of my original loves of maps was Calmsden Farm. Absolutely love Calmsden Farm. I think that was an absolute beauty of a map. But actually, I was just talking earlier today about the couple of map tours that I did here recently. Yesterday, as a matter of fact. And there were 2 new maps that came out yesterday that were absolute beauts. One of them was Alpine Hill, and I absolutely loved that map. Love it. It is absolutely gorgeous, extremely mountainous and hilly. Lots of pretty views going all the way around it. And the other one I just call it by Westerworld or Westerwald, just because I don't know how to pronounce the first bit of it. But that one is also an absolute beaut of a map. In my map tours, for those who are not familiar with the channel, I always give a rating at the end of the tour on a 0 to 5 scale, and both of them got a 4.5 for my scale. Now, Alpine Hill, that one did get a modified score because there are some issues with it. You're able to clip through the floor at some locations. Oh goodness, I couldn't remember the other stuff I found with it, but there are a couple of issues that are going to need to be addressed, kind of thing, before, in my mind, that it's fully done and playable, kind of thing. Because I tend not to go to maps that are have a. If I'm able to find an issue with the map, that means it's something that's pretty big, kind of thing, because it's one of those that I take such a high level pass at the maps, that if I'm able to notice that something's wrong, that means that it was something that was likely glaringly obvious, kind of thing. Because in my map tours, I tend to focus on points of interest, like sales points, like like sales points, like things that are specific and special to the map itself. So it's one of those where I might not notice a tree out in the middle of the woods that is floating in the middle of the map, kind of thing, but I'll certainly see that, hey, I clipped through the road, kind of thing. Let's see. Let's continue to read through the chat here. Where was I? Outlaw says, there was a lady that sued the Skinny Popcorn Company because she thought it was supposed to help her lose. No, it doesn't work like that. Oh. Yeah, see, those are exactly the type of frivolous lawsuits that I can't stand. I cannot stand it. And the fact that people would do something like that, that think that, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna sue them because of, like, I really have to wonder, are they so simple that they think that this is really what it was supposed to do? Like, skinny popcorn actually makes you skinny? Or are they just trying to milk the system, kind of thing? Either way, if they're just simple, then I'm going to have concerns. If they are trying to milk the system, then I'm going to really kind of judge it pretty harshly. Now, here's the thing, is that I believe that we should have a strong tort system. There should be a system in place so where if you are damaged, that you have the capacity to be able to be made whole. That should absolutely be a thing. What should not be a thing, and what should legitimately happen, is that if you bring a lawsuit like, oh, I'm going to sue the Skinny Popcorn Company because reasons, well then, not only should you be able to be countersued, but the judge should be able to use judgment at that point and be like, no, this is just dumb. We're going to now make you pay for the court filings. We're going to make you do this. We're going to make you do that. And in the future, we are going to put you on a little registry of, potential chronic false filers, kind of thing. I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily the proper solution, but there needs to be some kind of, address of grievances for these businesses to prevent people from thinking that it's okay to just put them into a litigation factor just because. Like, that's not cool. Like, I would absolutely hate it if somebody came along and, tried to sue me as a business and was like, oh, well, I don't know, you call yourself Big Daddy Dave and you're not big. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I mean, that's just silly. That's ridiculous. And why anybody would think that that's okay and acceptable is just beyond me. But I don't know. There's silly people out there, and makes me sad. Makes me sad. See, Will says, I think in June/July we will hear about the new game. Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty darn close. Jody says, why would you want to tie an alligator to a fire hydrant? Right? Right? I have no idea. No idea, but it happened. It happened in the city of Detroit. It's a law in the city of Detroit that you're not allowed to tie an alligator to a fire hydrant. It's ridiculous. But, again, it wouldn't be a law if it didn't happen. So, I don't know. I have no idea what goes through people's minds sometimes. Bobby says, because one can. Yes. That's probably pretty much what it boiled down to is, hey, I've got an alligator, I've got a leash, and I've got a fire hydrant. Possibilities? I'm down for a good time kind of thing. I don't know. Like, you would expect to hear something like that here in Florida, Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, where alligators live and exist in the wild. You would expect to hear things like this. You wouldn't think of this in Michigan, of all places. Let's see. Will says, if anybody wants to subscribe to me, you can. 100%. Definitely check Will out. Definitely give him a follow. And if you're on Twitch, go ahead and follow him there as well. Jody says there's a lot of crazy laws out there. Yes, 100%. And it's all because they need to exist. Like, that somebody did something for that law to exist, kind of thing. People are too entitled nowadays. It is out of hand. 100% right. 100% right. Ken says, okay, I'm back. Food run done. Awesome, bud. Awesome. Glad to see that you're back. Will then says, I'm actually going to bed now. Have a good night. All right, Will, you have yourself a great night. Hope you have a good one, and we'll see you again next time. Bobby, whoa, the screen just jumped on me. Bobby says, sometimes I think there is no hope for mankind. I think we seriously need to remove some warning labels to allow stupid people to weed themselves out. I wouldn't go that far. I personally wouldn't go that far. Again, I don't want people to hurt themselves. I want people to use the brain that they have been gifted with for more than just a hat rack kind of thing. Like, that's if I had my perfect world, people would use the brain that's inside their skull and realize, maybe what I'm doing is dumb. Maybe what I'm doing is something I shouldn't be doing. But that's not the case, I guess. Bobby says, night to Will. Luke, how's it going, Luke? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. I am trying to play catch up here. Bobby says, welcome, Luke. Ken says, night, Will. Luke then says, at South Carolina, heading back home tomorrow after being here for a week. Oh, nice. At South Carolina. Very cool, bud. Hope you enjoyed it there in South Carolina. What part of South Carolina were you in? Bobby says, live in North Carolina. Nice. Will says, 13 million. Oh, Will, you just crushed my soul, bud. You just crushed my soul. Luke says, nice. Will then says, I can't fall asleep. LOL. I mean, sorry to hear that, bud. But hopefully that means that I'm being entertaining enough to be able to keep you awake and make you want to stay here on the channel. Here's hoping. Luke says, I love it here. I was visiting a friend. Awesome. Luke says, you should count sheep. Hold on. Where is it? There it is. There you go, Will. Anyways, Will then says, Luke, LOL. Luke then says, how are you guys doing? Doing fantastic, Luke. Doing fantastic. Having an absolute ball tonight. How are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Bobby says, not bad, and you? Luke says, good. Jody says, how do I find your channel? Jody says, oh yeah, Black River's another great one by Zero Ito. Absolutely. Will says, whose channel's Jody? Hot Knight says, AAA, then I must try the new ones. AAA, then I must try the new ones. I'm sorry, Hot Knight, I don't know what you mean by that one. Jody says, I want earlier he had a channel, can't remember his name. Oh, goodness. I'll have to go through the chat later on and check it out. Hot Knight says, currently on agricultural map, it is huge. Yes, agricultural map is huge. 100%. Luke says, I have to get some sleep. Have a good night. Luke, have a good one. Hope you take care, and we will see you again next time. Custom says, bye, BDD. I'm going to go to bed since it is 1 a.m. Custom, you have yourself a fantastic night. We'll see you again next time. Bobby then says, they need to disbar them lawyers who take up these frivolous lawsuits. Now, see, I'm kind of a mixed bag on that one, to where I understand in principle what you're saying there. But at the same time, it's just, I think where it, you know what? Yeah. No, I'm kind of trying to think through it, and it's one of those, ultimately it falls at the hands of the lawyers, but the lawyers are just there because, it's a possibility to make, well, it's a definite to make money. It's a definite to make money, because I'm sure they're not doing it pro bono or anything like that. They're charging up front whether they win or lose, kind of thing. But it's one of those, they get paid regardless of whether they win or lose, and they might as well try, kind of thing. So on one hand, I don't necessarily blame the lawyer, but at the same time, I do, because I'm sure they're encouraging it, saying, oh, yeah, like the whole ambulance chaser kind of thing. Oh, yeah, you definitely got a case. Let me sign you up and let me, give me, 10 grand, down payment kind of thing. So, yeah, I can see it from a couple of different ways. Like, ultimately what it boils down to is that it's the laws that allows those lawyers to do what they're doing. So what it boils down to is, I don't know if I necessarily blame the lawyer as much as I blame the laws being able to be manipulated in such a fashion. So I guess who I actually blame are the politicians. Anywho. Let's raise that up. Shrink that down. No! What? Stop it. Okay, drop that. Nope, drop that down. Turn that on. There we go. Let's see what we got here. Will says, the guy who sued Red Bull got $13 million in a settlement. Oh, that's such a shame. Bobby says, instead of using a parachute, he should use... Oh, no. Oh, no. Will says, Bobby, LOL. Will then says, I wonder if he was playing, I Believe I Can Fly one time. I believe I can fly. Oh, no. Oh, no. Bobby says, LOL, I bet he was singing that song and then said, oh. That, or maybe, what is it called? Fly like an eagle into the sea. Fly like... Time keeps on ticking. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Things are quickly quickly going off the rails here. Will with the LOL. 100%. Ah, no. Drop that back down. See, Todd says, wind beneath my... Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Wow. But see, here's the thing. If I was the defense attorney for Red Bull, I would have pushed it. And here's why. Obviously, he didn't think that Red Bull gave him wings. And here's why. He packed a parachute. If he definitely believed that Red Bull gave him wings, he wouldn't have packed the parachute. So he obviously knew there was a flaw. So it's, I mean, again, this is me trying to put sanity back into an insane situation, but one of those where the Red Bull people gave him $13 million in a settlement, I think that would have been a very easy case to argue. And saying, no, he obviously didn't believe it because he packed a backup. It's like, oh, what if I'm wrong kind of thing. Ugh, I don't know. Again, trying to put reasonableness and logic into a situation that obviously didn't have any from the beginning. Alright, now let's turn that off, fold that away, fold that up. Perfection. Now see, I wonder if when he was rocketing towards the ground and he was getting closer and closer and closer, if instead of wind beneath my wings, it was more of baby, you're my angel, you're my darling angel. Oh no. Oh. That split second there when he makes impact and he breaks his arm and leg. Again. Just long sigh. Long sigh. Now, let's go get the bales. We got to bring them back here. Where was I? Bobby says, reason I said use the extension cord is going to get caught up in wind beneath my wings I don't have. How about no air? Oh no. No. Whoa, what? Huh, that was weird. Oh my goodness. There we go. Now, let's take this over, pick up those bales. I am so tickled with how much progress we made here on the farm. We got everything done that I wanted to get done tonight and some. We're able to get a contract done. We're able to get all the fields up and running. fully utilized. The only thing that I didn't do with the alfalfa and grass fields is roll them. And I'm not going to bother with that. You're talking, what, 1 percentage point higher for yield? I don't think it's worth it to and here's the other thing. You gain a percentage point, yes. But I don't think it's worth it, number one. But because it sets you back an extra month. So by rolling a grass field, you lose out on being able to produce product 1 month sooner. And it's because of that I never have rolled grass whatsoever. I've never done it. Because that month means something. That month allows you to get just that much more product than that measly 1%. So that's how I always rationalize it in my brain, is just, it doesn't make sense to, chase after perfection when you lose out on the turnaround time of being able to start into harvest. There we go. Let's get this all picked up. Working out very nicely. There we go. Grab these two over here. Like so. We're getting there. We're almost full. Are we going to get everything in one trip? Really? 38 bales in total? Well, hot diggity dog. I'll take that. Get out of here, dear. And bam, look at that. Look at that, 38 bales. Absolutely perfect. Let's get this back to the farm. Now, I'm going to, let's see, how do I want to approach this? I'm going to creep up on the sell points, so that way I can keep these all in bales. It'll make it easier to transport. Let's see. Oops. I think I'm just gonna up and sell them. Yeah, I'm gonna sell them. We need money, and this is gonna be a fair bit of money. Okay. There we go. Let's see, we're at 95%. There we go. Alright, now we're off the trigger. We can go here. Bam, just like that. Alright, let me catch up with the chat here real quick. So we've got, what was I saying? Maybe he thought he was Deadpool for a minute. Right? Let's see. Bobby says, I would love to be the judge for the frivolous lawsuits. 100%. Yeah, because those kind of cases came to my desk. I'd be like, all right, number one, you lose. Number two, you're paying for all the court fees and filings. Number 3, you're lucky I don't hold you in contempt and just, put you in jail for a night or two. Just to make you rethink your actions. Like, whatever was within my legal realm of being able to assess as a judge, that's what it would get. Will says, or jump around by horse in pain. Jump. Now, if he was really thinking, he could have had a double lawsuit and won Air Jordans. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. LOL. Or PF Flyers for the Sandlots. Oh, my goodness. Y'all are killing me tonight. Killing me. Bobby says, I'm not sure what that guy was was taken to think he could fly, but I sure would like to know what Buzz Lightyear was taking so I can stay away from it. Oh no. We got a bunch of laughing and crying and LOLs. Will says, he was probably listening to this song Gravity and tried to break the laws of Bobby says, oh my goodness. All right. Whew. Bobby says, there's a reason it is called the law of gravity. LOL. Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Whew. That is good stuff. Good stuff, y'all. I am thoroughly entertained. We're going to go ahead and drop this off up here at the sell point. See what we can get out of these bales. Let's see. Got 20 bales. Now that I own the biogas plant, there's only one legitimate area to take these to for sales. Let's see. Bobby says, this has been a very entertaining stream tonight. Yes, very entertaining. Holy smokes. I have been, yeah. I don't think I've smiled and laughed this hard in a long time. Yeah, this was good. This was very good. All right. Let's get this into town here. Sell this off. Oh my goodness. Oh, I tell you what. Every time I come into town here, I just absolutely love it. Every single time. And then, like so. Yes. Look at that. So you figure that's what, 41 plus 6, we'll say, so $47,000 just in the sale of bales, plus the contract, which is 16 grand. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Very nice. Very nice indeed. I'm happy with that. Very, very pleased. Let's see. So now, bring this back to the farm. And I think, yeah, I think we'll probably be signing off from that point because it is, hey, 1:20 in the morning. And yeah, it's getting a little late. So catch up with the chat once we get back to the farm, and then we will go ahead and start doing our sign-offs from there. Let's see. So we got Will saying he probably believed Iron Man and or Thor would save him. With that, maybe Superman. So who knows? Could have been hoping the Man of Steel was going to come swooping in to save him. But of course, I've got to go with the whole Sheldon Cooper aspect on this. And, if, Lois Lane's falling at a certain rate and then he comes over and just, snags her, he's just going to have 3 equal portions. Anybody who doesn't know that reference, it is in the Big Bang Theory. Funny show. It's actually pretty funny. Let's see. So now we're here at the farm. Let's go ahead and catch up with the chat, and we'll start signing off. There we go. Right there is perfect. So we've got Will saying agreed, Bobby. Hot Night says fun stream. Glad you enjoyed it. Bobby says one should not do certain things. A good warning label I had seen was for a snowblower saying do not use on the... No. Don't use a snowblower on the roof. Again, you got me scratching my forehead again. And what's sad is, if it's on the warning label, somebody done did it. They did it. I mean... Sigh. Anyways, Will says, I got it. He thought he was Bruce Almighty. Season 1, Episode 1. Todd says, I believe that one. Yes, 100%. Holy smokes. All right, everybody. I tell you what. I've had an absolute ball tonight, but it is getting late. It is very, very late. But, one more. We got, it was in Popular Mechanics magazine called Stupid Warning Labels. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could buy it. I could buy that. Anyways, like I said, I've had an absolute ball here tonight. Loved hanging out with everybody here. I want to thank everybody who's come out and hung out with me tonight. I want to thank all the new subscribers that come on to the stream here tonight. I want to thank the new channel member that we got here tonight. Holy smokes. It has been an action-packed night. I want to thank the donations that we got here tonight as well. That just, it has been a fantastic stream. I've had an absolute ball. Thank you all so very, very much. Wow, it has just been a real good one. Now, before I sign off, I will say there's plenty more stuff that needs to be done. I've got plenty of contracts that need to be attacked here. Let's see. And while I'm thinking of it, let's go ahead and borrow that. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and do that one. I think they'll be kind of good for now. So, that being said, with those contracts, I will be hopping on again likely tomorrow. My guess will be probably 1:30 to 1:45 Eastern Standard Time. So if you want to come and check out that stream, I will be sure that I set up and send reminders. As you can see, I've got a couple of social media platforms there in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. You can follow for notifications there. I also send out notifications via the YouTube community tab. So if you are wanting to come see more, I'm going to either be on, like I said, I'm going to try and shoot for about 1:45 is going to be my best guess. But keep a lookout for me on the social medias just to confirm. I will post whether or not I will be on at some point tomorrow. If I'm not on in the afternoon, like I said, I will definitely be back on tomorrow night, probably around 9:30 Eastern Standard. So, yeah. Like I said, had an absolute blast with y'all tonight. I hope everybody... Oh, and let's see a couple here. Let's see. Bobby says, good night, everyone. Thank you all for the entertainment. Take care, guys. Have a good night, says Will. And are you streaming tomorrow? They'll see. I will. You see? I channeled our thoughts. We were one mind right there for a second. So yes, tomorrow afternoon is what I'm going to be shooting for, but I will confirm that one. At bare minimum, I will be back on tomorrow night. So I hope you all enjoyed it. If you did, please show me by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things the algorithms enjoy you doing that shows you're engaged with this channel, enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope everybody has a fantastic day, evening, night, wherever you are in the world. Take care.